Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. It's February 24th, day 24 million, just day 24, though it doesn't feel that way, of the Alec Murdaugh double homicide trial. When we left off yesterday afternoon, the defendant was on the stand in cross-examination with a very different Creighton Waters. Creighton didn't have his Red Bull. He did not come out of the gate racing through his questions. He took his time questioning Alec, and I think that is the way to do this cross-examination, because Alec Murdaugh keeps filling in the spaces when there is a pause. And I think we all know people that do that. Sometimes we do that ourselves when we're uncomfortable. And no matter what you believe about whether Alec Murdaugh did this, didn't do this, the state hasn't proved it, the state has proved it, he had help, whatever it is, there is no doubt that being on this witness stand in particular is tremendously uncomfortable. And this is why Creighton Waters slowing it down is going to be the most effective way to cross-examine this witness. There are some things that stuck out to me from that testimony. I'm going to let you know what they are as I was reflecting on this case last night, because when we react in real time, you don't really have time to process everything that's happening. It's just like, it's happening. And then I take time at night and go back through the day of court, things I might have missed, the previous days in court, and start putting things together for me. Things might stick out differently to the jurors or us, but I want to give you my thoughts real quick. So while we are waiting for the court to come back, while we are waiting to bring the judge, we're going to get started and we're going to talk about the things that stuck out to me. I want to see if they are important to you as well. Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not... Let's get into it. It's so funny. I've started seeing news channels kind of across the country starting to pick up the live trial pool feeds today. So there are a lot more eyeballs tuning in to Murdaugh Day 24. And I'm like, oh, well, there's a lot of context if you missed days 21 through 24, which I think is kind of funny, but it's interesting to see how much interest there is, because of course there is. This is a defendant testifying in his own defense in a self-defense case, which is rare to see, and everybody wants to hear his side of the story. There's still a lot of questions. The timeline is tight on this case, but yesterday, do you remember what Alex said when we were talking about, or when he was talking? Well, we've been talking about all of it. When Alec was talking about SLED and his distrust for SLED. First of all, Alex said he didn't think he was law enforcement, but then we learned he's rolling around in blue and red lights with a gun in his car and a badge on his dashboard. And come on, you know, he thought he was above the law, which is weird because he's a Murdaugh. He didn't just use his name. He was using his badge as well to gain access, potentially intimidate. Oh, good morning, George. A rare sighting for you, friend. All right, buddy. He's jumpy this morning. It's the weather for sure. So the other thing I noticed when he talked about not trusting SLED, I'm like, you're rolling around with a badge and a gun in your car and you're really worried that much about SLED? But he said that the reason he lied to SLED is because he didn't trust SLED. Maybe he didn't trust SLED because he doesn't have any buddies on SLED and he knows everybody else. But here's the thing. How many of his friends did he tell that he wasn't at the kettles?
All right.
Adamantly. Four friends, at least, that we've seen testify that he said he wasn't at the kennels. So it's not just SLED that he's telling that he's not at the kennels. It's all of his friends, his brothers,
Morning.
the ones he trusted the most.
Let's bring the jury.
We're just bringing the jury right quick. He's like, I don't want to hear anyone's shit this morning. Just bring the jury. You guys, as we're getting in, because I started talking right quick, let me know what you're drinking. I've got, we've got our hot lemon water. Still have questions. Hot lemon water here in Middle Tennessee. Let me know what you guys are drinking. But he told everyone that. And then The languaging he used, and yes, I'm going to pick apart his testimony. He's the defendant on cross-examination. The languaging he used when he said that once he took the chicken out of Bubba's mouth, he got out of there. It was like, and then I got out of there. And it was like, yeah, you got out of there. But are you saying, and then I got out of there? It's an interesting turn of phrase. It's like, you know, when you start seeing people fighting at a party when you're a teenager, you're like, oh, I got out of there. Or when the police show up, oh, I got out of there. Or when you know stuff is about to go wrong, oh, I got out of there. Me, as a teen at an Offspring concert, when my best friend and I were at the front of the stage because we thought it was a great idea and it was our first concert ever, and then the music started and all the people started going like this with elbows. Yeah, do you know what we did? We got out of there.
Thank you. Good morning.
We didn't leave. We didn't go back to take a nap.
24.
We got the fuck out.
Cross-examination. You may proceed.
May it please the court.
And he was saying, I got out of there because he knew bad shit was coming. That's why he said, I got out of there. Maybe.
Murdaugh?
Or maybe I'm reading into it.
All right, let's see if we can
Talk about some murder.
move forward with this
That'd be great. That'd be great, Creighton.
a little bit.
So let me know what you think.
See if we can go back to some things we may be able to agree on.
Good luck with that.
All right?
I want them to talk about Gloria
First thing
Satterfield, too.
is that
I do.
the money you were stealing, in addition to your income and the money you were borrowing, was not just to pay for drugs. Would you agree with that?
He said that yesterday.
Sure.
All right. And would you agree
Yes, no?
that your stealing, in addition to the money you were borrowing, increased over the years as we moved towards June of
I don't know if he's ever going to get an answer of where the money went, though.
Repeat that, please, sir.
Sure. Would you agree that your stealing
I'm gonna bump this court
increased
feed.
over the years as we move towards June of 2021?
Yes, sir.
I like this audio
And
better.
would you admit
I'll
that
switch-
your stealing
I'll
increased,
switch feeds later.
in particular, after
I
the boat
promise.
wreck?
No, sir, I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with that?
I think I continued to do it, but I don't, as I sit here today, I don't think I
He might not know.
took more money that I should not have taken after the boat wreck than I did before the boat wreck.
Fraud cases are like a waterfall. They sometimes start with a trickle.
But again, those documents speak for themselves, Mr. Waters,
More,
and if that's the case,
more,
then that's the case.
more.
But as we sit here, I think that I probably wrongly took from clients and people that trusted me as much money before that boat wreck as after.
All right. And
If
I'm
not
just trying to get through this so we don't get bogged down like we did yesterday.
Stealing normally
I
starts,
understand.
especially with like
So,
embezzlement and fraud cases.
You wouldn't agree with
Little.
me that in
a little
2019
becomes a lot.
alone, you stole about $3.7 million?
Holy shit. Well, when you say it like that, Mr. Waters,
No, I think that's correct.
All right, and would you agree with me, though, that figure in 2019 was generally higher than any other year that you've been stealing since
Creighton
2019?
knows he's got
In
all
a
your
year,
records.
sure, I'd agree with that.
Okay.
I thought you were talking about overall, the whole cycle. But
All right.
yeah, I would agree that in 2019, I
But
stole
also,
more money
that's a
than
typical
any other year.
pattern of fraud, though,
Would you agree with me that from 2015 on,
that it increases.
your legitimate income, while still very strong, was diminishing as a general matter?
Well, I think whatever my income is speaks for itself, but as a general rule, a plaintiff's lawyer doing what we do, income ebbs and flows. You have some really good years.
And you get paid
have
at
some
the
really
end of the year.
Lean years. And
You never had a lean year,
no,
it seems.
I think I had some good years, maybe not the, $4 and $5 million years, but I think I had some $2 and $3 million years in there, and my caseload was such that, I had, one of the things I was working on that Monday was one of the biggest cases that I've ever been involved in.
Talking about the Dominion case, right?
Yes, sir. And so, I think it was cyclical. I think it, so I don't, without looking at the record specifically, I don't necessarily agree with that.
Okay, so you don't remember then?
No, I do remember. I don't think I agree with that. But again,
Grab this
those
from there.
records will speak for themselves.
Okay. All right.
He
so
still sees
would you
himself
agree
as a
with me that in
lawyer, even though he's just
2014,
barred.
Your reported income was over $1 million.
The objection's overruled.
Reported income,
I'm gonna
like
answer this at the break.
tax-wise or reported?
Oh,
I assume you have a document that says that, and if you're reading that from a document, I don't dispute it.
I mean, I'm happy to show it to you if you'd like to see
I
it.
trust you, Mr. Waters, so.
All right, I appreciate that. All right, 2015, would you agree that your
he knows
reported
Mr.
income
Waters
was
isn't going to lie in court because he wants to nail him down on all the other cases he's been in.
Again, I don't dispute that.
All right. 2016, reported income $900,000.
Okay,
2017, reported income $218,000.
okay,
2018, reported income of $749,000, roughly.
okay.
And 2019, reported income of $655,000.
Thank
okay.
you, Dusty
And see,
Dan.
I mean, to me, that demonstrates exactly what I'm talking about, how it goes up and down.
And would you agree with me that though, during those periods of time where you were making that kind of money, you continued to steal, and I think you've already said that your stealing increased as we move through those years, as a general matter?
Absolutely. I don't dispute, and I have never disputed since I was confronted on Labor Day weekend
Right.
that I took money from my clients.
We've gone through that. And I
Well,
think
Yeah.
we
you
agree
keep
with
asking
that.
me
I'm
about
asking
that.
you if you're, if
Yeah.
you're-
He does keep
Income.
asking you about it. Alec's not
That's your
wrong.
answer.
So the point is I have never, since being confronted that day, my brother and my partner came to talk to me, that I have stolen money that did not belong to me, that I misled people to do it, people that I cared about, still care about. A lot of them that I love and still love.
Really? What does that word mean
And I
to
misled
you?
them to do it, and I was wrong. I have never disputed that from day one.
We've been through that. All I'm trying to establish right now with you, Mr. Murdaugh, is as we move towards June of 2021, what your financial condition was like, okay? I agree, you've testified to that multiple times, all right?
Tricia, I'm going to talk about that at the break. I've
let me
seen
ask
that
you this.
comment a lot
During
about,
this
are they
time
doing this to get them on the
that your
financial?
income was
They
what we just
shouldn't
went
be.
through, and you conceded that your stealing was increasing. Were you also borrowing
Sherry,
significant
if
amount
he's
of money
acquitted, what's next
from
for him?
Palmetto
Jail?
State Bank?
On all the financial crimes and maybe federal prosecutions on
Yes,
those.
I'd always borrowed significant amount of money from Palmetto State Bank, or
Either way,
for the last, more
he's
than the
going to
last
remain in
decade.
jail, likely the rest of his life.
So, yes, sir, I agree with that.
Yeah, but as we move to June of 2021, did you have a $1 million line of credit with the bank that was pretty much maxed out?
He's been charged with tax evasion in
Yes
the
or no?
state
In,
As we move to June of 2021.
to the tune of like 5
so
or 6
in
million.
June of '21,
Sure,
yes,
all right. And did you also have a $600,000 line of credit that was pretty much maxed out around that time?
I did.
And did you also, over the years, repeatedly borrow
Caitlin, it's a fair
six
point.
figures from,
He just
You're
had the
all
money
fine.
flowing in from everywhere,
Well,
and I don't think he
I
parsed it out.
borrowed money from a law partner,
which one?
Johnny Parker.
Johnny Parker, okay. And that was a fairly common occurrence over the years. It happened multiple times. Would you agree with that?
I agree that it happened multiple times.
All right. And you would agree also that you would sometimes use some of the stolen money to pay that back?
I won't dispute that. I don't know that that's the case. I know what I saw Mr. Bernie testify to in using that particular accounting method. You know, I see that.
All right.
So I don't dispute that.
Rick Smith, I hope we do.
And
They're
would
going to
you
have
agree
to ask
that
about
you
Gloria
also,
Satterfield, but they've got to move
You needed
on.
money, occasionally borrow as much as 5 and 6 figures from your
Because
father,
I
Mr.
don't think it's the
Randall.
motive
did.
they think it is.
And would
I
you
really
also
don't.
agree that over the years, particularly as we move to June of 2021, you would use stolen money to pay that back?
I don't dispute that. if that's what the record shows.
All right.
I don't dispute that's also
And-
not admitting it, though.
You just mentioned here in the testimony of Carson Burney and the banker and all that, you would agree with me that as we move to June of 2021, at least.
I don't
in
think there will
liquid
be other
funds,
trials,
we're
Esme.
running out of money.
I think after this, there won't be any
In
other
liquid
trials for
funds
him.
is in money on hand or money that I could get?
Money that you could, liquid funds. You're a lawyer, you know what liquid means. Where you
Well, I don't know what you mean by liquid, Mr. Waters.
And
so-
that's
Money you could
fair.
readily access.
That's
Assets
fair.
that you could readily access to pay your ever-increasing debts.
No, sir, I don't agree with that.
There's times where I think Alex
I
trying
do
to be
not agree with
evasive,
that,
but
and I'll tell
there's
you why.
times I think he's confused by Creighton and trying to figure out where
and-
Creighton's going.
So are we talking about June?
I'm talking about as we move to June.
Okay, but what time period are you talking
All
about?
right, let's talk about January to June.
Okay, January to June. January to June, you know, I could borrow money from my father. I could borrow money from Johnny Parker. I could go to the bank and borrow money.
Apparently, you just text them. We saw that. Just
I
text
had
the bank.
Substantial
And they give him money.
equity in the Edisto house, as we've talked about.
Which was in Maggie's name, correct?
Well, it was in Maggie and my name.
All right.
So, you know, that definitely, was,
I put on
was
hand lotion and now I can't open my
in
cup.
both of our names. Moselle was in Maggie's name. There's substantial equity in that could have been borrowed against. So
And he did ask for
under the-
additional lines
under
from the
terms
farm
as you
line.
defined liquid assets just now, money that I would have access to, I disagree with
Okay.
on that, for those reasons that I just said.
Can we at least agree that generally the way the compensation structure for legitimate money that you earned in your law firm, the vast majority of your compensation does
Could we
not
just
come
agree
except in
that we
one lump
get it?
sum in December? Can we agree to that?
Right, we get a salary. We would receive a salary. I believe our salary was $125,000.
Right.
And then the income that was earned would be paid in the form of a bonus at the year end.
All right. And then would you agree with me
We know all this, Creighton.
that is why you stole the Ferris fees in March of 2021? Because you were in desperate need of funds and you could not wait till December to access those funds.
You guys put in the chat what you want to
I
see
think
Creighton
there's
ask.
probably a lot of reasons why
What do you want to see Creighton
I
ask? I know
stole
everybody wants him to
those
move on.
funds, but I
what do
certainly
you wanna
would
see him
believe,
ask?
Or don't dispute that that's one of the reasons.
And would you agree with me that the $792,000 that you
Timelines,
stole
totally get that.
of those Ferris funds?
About the murders,
that you
yep.
exhausted those within about 2
Details
months?
of being at the kennel, yep.
I don't know the time period, but I know that
Did he
they,
go to the Bahamas?
I
Fair.
know that I exhausted them.
Gloria,
Now, again, I'm trying to.
the
get through
roadside
this
incident,
quickly,
fair. Ask where the money is. I don't know if
because there's
he
a lot
even knows
More
that.
to talk about, obviously. But we went through a number of questions
A lot of you are saying just
yesterday
not this.
about the various clients that you stole from, correct? You remember that? The back and forth we had yesterday, do you remember all that?
Ali Bally B said, I'd like to see Creighton ask why he
So
deleted his phone
I'm gonna try to
records.
shortchange this, but I think it's important
Fair.
that we at least
You guys want to see him ask about
say
Cousin
the
Eddie?
names of
I
people
think
that were
that's
involved.
a,
But let's just do this to see if we can,
To the comment, Your Honor, inappropriate.
I'll rephrase your honor.
they talked a bit about the boat case yesterday.
The
They
clients
talked a
that we're
little about
talking
Mallory yesterday.
These are all
The end of the
real
day
people,
yesterday.
yes or no?
They're all real people.
All right.
They're
And
all
these
good
clients-
people
We did this
They're all
yesterday,
people-
Creighton.
that I care about, that I cared about then. And a lot of them are people that I love,
Okay,
and I did wrong by them.
yes, you hurt the people that you love, I know. So,
Oh, Creighton.
Sustained.
Creighton's making too many
all people,
quips.
every single one of them, that you at least had a personal conversation with at some point during the course of your representation.
All of my
about the
clients?
representation.
Absolutely. I had multiple conversations with all of my clients.
And these were people, every single one of them, real people that you looked in the eye and convinced them that everything was right.
He didn't know about the TikTok video
403,
till
repetitive,
August.
Cumulative.
It is
Spent
cumulative.
2 hours doing this yesterday.
Good objection.
But simple questions that applies to everybody, and then I'm moving on.
Proceed.
Did you hear the way the judge said
I would have had
proceed?
conversations with all of my clients, and at
It
some
is
of the conversations
cumulative.
would have been
I
on
think
the
it's a good
telephone.
objection.
I would have had conversations where I might not be looking them in the eye.
August
I would have
11th,
had plenty of
he found out about the
conversations
videos.
where I did look them in the eye.
All right, every single one of them, look them in the eye at least once. Is that fair?
Sure.
Every single one of them, you looked them in the eye and developed their trust in you. Is that true?
Every client that I had, at some point, I looked them in the eye, and I believed that I had the trust of my clients. Whether that came from me looking them in the eye or not, I can't answer that, but I will agree with you that every single client, I looked them in the eye, and I believe that the people that I stole money from for all those years trusted me.
And I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as states 329, I believe it is.
Chad,
and
all of you want him to move
314.
on. After yesterday, I thought he would start with a new line of questioning. He didn't. He started belaboring yesterday's line of questioning, which is very frustrating. I don't think he'll ask that. The prosecution's only going to ask questions that if the defendant lies, he can rebut with proof. So he will only ask things that he can prove in some way. He's not going to ask things that he
All right,
can't.
so I'm sorry, what was your question?
I just asked you to look at them. Have you had a chance to review those documents?
I have.
All right. And would you agree with me that every single name on here are either clients that trusted you that you stole from, or instances in which you stole from your law partners who trusted you as well?
I agree with that.
All right.
Great.
We don't need to go through each one of these, correct? You agree?
Good God, Creighton,
Mr.
he
Waters,
just
like
said
I
he
told you.
agrees.
I'll go through whatever you want to go through, but each one of those clients is just what we've already talked about. Good people, fine people, upstanding people. They trusted me. Every single one of them I did, and I do still care about. And many of them I love and consider them close friends.
Like Barrett Boulware,
Absolutely. It's a perfect example.
and you stole from Barrett Boulware.
I did.
Do you recall a conversation that you had with Ronnie Crosby in which he told you that Barrett was desperate for money because he needed his wife to stay in a hotel near him while he was undergoing treatment for terminal cancer around the time that you stole from him?
Say, Your Honor.
Objections overruled.
I don't recall that conversation, but, you know, I knew Barrett was sick. You know, Barrett is a unique situation. I mean, Barrett
I don't know if any of these are unique. You stole from people that needed the money
Barrett
in desperate times because they'd been through horrible
is and
things.
was dear to me as a friend,
Did Barrett pass? Why did he say was?
but, I mean, Barrett and I had a long, long history, you know. I guess really, and I lied probably more by omission, lies by omission
What?
and stealing that money.
Like all the things omitted in this case?
But that's a perfect example. You keep asking about me having these conversations and looking people in the eye. I mean, that's a perfect example. I mean, when I stole that money, he was nowhere around. It was more based on lies by omission.
The prosecution
And-
needs to argue the voids in this
and
case.
Barrett and I had such a history.
So that's an interesting
These real
statement.
estate deals that you're asking me about, Barrett was one of my good friends, and we had been in these real estate deals together. Barrett was just an interesting person. He was a shrimper, was born and raised in Allendale County.
Are we going to get a
and-
story about him shrimping?
And he
Because
moved down to the coast.
kind of here for the change of
And
pace.
Murdaugh.
as shrimping,
Mr. Murdock, I don't know that we need Barrett's entire life story.
no, but it's
I
important
want
to
Barrett's life
understand this
story.
based on the question you
Creighton, we're
asked.
bored. We want
I think
Barrett's
his
life
entire
story.
is responsive, Your Honor.
And I'm not intending to give his life story. I'm just telling you a little background.
Go
so
ahead,
you'll
tell us
understand
about
it.
your friend that you stole from. That's fine.
So Barrett started getting into real estate, and he was
Creighton
really
gave
good
up.
at it. And so I started getting involved with him in that. He could go out and find pieces of property that were really cheap, get them and sell them and make money. Well, we got in some of these deals,
I just want to hear it.
and we got in as Barrett and it was some other people. Well, when the recession hit, one of the reasons these land deals caused me trouble is because the people that I was in these deals with no longer could pay, whereas I might have gone in and I was a 20% person. I'm now all of a sudden,
Chat.
either I have
Y'all
to
are bae.
default at the bank and affect credit, affect ability to borrow, or I have to pay 100%. And so that's what I did. I paid 100%. And so there were years where I was paying, instead of a fifth or a half, I'm paying the whole thing. And it equated to it equated to millions of dollars, which is one of the ways why I ended up with the Moselle property, because I had paid
From Barrett?
more than $1 million in monies for Barrett, and that was part of the deal in the trade in me purchasing Moselle.
So what you're telling me is you felt like you were entitled to steal from him?
No, you know
That's
what?
kinda what it sounded like.
I will tell you this, that,
Kind of what it sounded like.
you know, when you're doing the things wrong that I was doing, you have all kind of ways of justifying it. And I'm not saying that makes it right by any means, because it's not. It's wrong. I've said that 100 times. But when I was doing it, and I was as addicted as I was, and the things I was doing, there's all kind of things that you know, to be able to look yourself in the mirror, you lie to yourself. And I guess self-justification for these bad things, I guess is what I was doing. But Barrett
Still
had
doing?
owed me so much money that when I took his money, I just didn't tell him.
He felt
So
like he
it-
was
it
paying you back?
It was a lie by omission.
All right.
No, you felt entitled to it. I think
All these people
Creighton was right on that one.
on these two exhibits,
We get it,
these were
Creighton.
real people that needed this money, is that correct?
I'm sure they did.
But it was more important to you that you stole their money on top of the
probably felt that way at the time.
40% of legal fees that you were taking.
Repetitive.
I've never
I
asked
s-
that question.
I stole their money.
It
Great.
was more important to you than their needs.
He's not going to say it was more important to
Objection.
him.
Objections overruled.
I don't remember sitting down and calculating, okay, is this more important? One of the self-justifications that I talked about, Mr. Waters,
He's gonna
is-
teach everybody what it's like.
And this is one of the things, again, I want to make it clear. I don't, as I sit here today, I do not believe that any of this justifications that I'm talking about made any of this okay, because I don't. I've owned up to all this money I stole. I've tried to since I was confronted, and I continue here today. But one of the justifications at the time when I was taking pills and doing the things I was doing was, I may ask a partner, okay, how
It's
much
early.
is this case worth?
It's early
And
for the goat.
If one of my partners, and I may not even give them all the real facts, okay? So if they said this case is worth $100,000.
So we're
okay,
getting
and I
to,
go
he
out
just
and I
lied
give
about
'em
everything.
$300,000, that's one of the stupid little things. Okay, well, this isn't the same. And that's one of those justifications
I told
that
him
I
it was
used in
100.
looking back on this that I don't know how I did. But so to sit down and say, did I evaluate that they needed the money more than I did?
He didn't think about it that way.
I don't think I did that. I think I was selfish, and I think I just took the money.
Okay, I think I understand.
Creighton wants to get to you would do anything to save yourself, and he's not going to have that moment. Alec's not going to say that. You've got to keep moving.
I'd asked you a
It's the
series of
little
questions
answers that
yesterday
matter.
about at least relating one conversation you had with one of these clients. And I'm just going to ask you this one. Do you remember looking Tony Satterfield in the eye?
There we go.
And lying
He's
to
moved
him.
on.
I remember lying to Tony Satterfield, and I remember looking him in the eye on many occasions.
And lying to him?
Yeah.
Okay. Lying to his family?
I lied to his family. I don't know if I did it in person, but I know I had phone conversations with him where I lied to him.
Let's talk a little bit about the pills, if we can.
That's
Okay.
all? That's it about the Satterfields? That's all you're going to ask about Tony Satterfield?
And
Okay.
you've already testified, as have other people, that you were still able to function as a lawyer over the years despite the pills that you were using. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were able, of course, during this period of time to engage in these relatively complicated thefts that increased over the years that we've just talked about, despite the pill usage. Is that correct?
I was. I was.
All right. And you were also able to,
Aaron B., I
during
appreciate
this
you
time
being on
period,
Bubba
convince
Slander
your staff
Watch.
that nothing was amiss with all of these exhibits, despite your pill usage.
I mean, most of those didn't require convincing my staff, but just so we're on the same page again, I acknowledge that I certainly allowed them to be misled. I certainly allowed them to
I'm gonna answer
do
that later.
things that I shouldn't have done on my behalf, knowing that they trusted me.
How many pills were you using a day?
Depends on a number of items, most importantly, how strong the pill was.
Okay, well, let's talk about, let's say, start maybe in January of 2021. and
Annalise
move
Grisson, I'm
forward.
so
Can
glad you
describe
caught your
to the
husband
jury
watching yesterday.
what
Matthew.
your daily pill intake was like?
Your wife says hello.
I think at that time, most of what I was purchasing was 30 milligram pills, instant release, oxycodone, that probably mixed in with some OxyContin, which is made of oxycodone. It's just time release.
Jessica, this is a fair point. If he
would've been
didn't know about the
taking-
time of death, how did he know to lie about being at the kennels? Why did he want to make it clear that he got out of there? It's a very fair point.
Anywhere from,
Oh, the chat has probably answered this already.
1,500 milligrams maybe to maybe
I'm gonna
maybe
answer that when I can talk a
a
little
thousand or maybe 1,000 milligrams or 1,200 milligrams on a day I didn't take as much or didn't have as much, up to, I mean, there are days, many days, a lot of days, most days were more than that, and many days would be, 20, more than 2,000 milligrams a day.
And how many pills is that?
It depends on the strength.
Depends on the pill, is what he's
Depends.
saying.
That you just mentioned?
If I took 30, if I had 30 milligram pills, you figure 100 pills would be 3,000 milligrams.
You're taking 100 pills a day?
100.
So you're taking 60 a day or something like that? I mean,
There were days where I took more than that. There were days I
What?
took less than that.
and how would you take them during the course of the day?
How did no one see
How many are you
this?
taking at one time? How frequent?
He
in this
doesn't
time
believe
period?
his
Let's say
addiction is
January to
as
June.
bad as he's pointed it out to be.
There's a point in time, and I'm not sure when it was, I think it was well before that, where, and you have to understand this. This is something that I can still remember the first time I ever took an
Mr.
OxyContin.
Murdaugh, can I ask you to answer my question, and we'll let you explain all you want. And my question was, how many were you taking a day during this time from January to June? Answer that first, please, and if you want to explain, I'm happy to let you do so.
I'm not positive, and here's why. It's because over the years, like, as I was saying, the first OxyContin, one OxyContin literally made me sick. And that was when I was transitioning from hydrocodone to oxycodone. And it made me sick because there's a really strong one. And so, one OxyContin pill was like 10 hydrocodone pills.
Y'all are
So-
getting a
but
lesson
anyway,
in his
as I took more and more, and
perception
over
of
the years,
oxycodone
it
versus
just,
hydrocodone.
you build up a tolerance to pain pills. And so what might give me this energy, one of the reasons I became so addicted is, some people talk about pain pills and how they make them lethargic and, where they can't do anything and they feel. Opiates gave me energy. I mean, whatever I was doing, it made it more interesting. It made me want to do it longer. To go on a drive, it made driving, it just, at the beginning, it made everything better. But I took so much.
For those of you
just to keep-
asking
it got
why
to a
not
point where I
use
was taking so
caffeine,
much
I think
just
he's
to not
undiagnosed ADHD.
backslide or go into withdrawal.
And I know we talk about
or
not
have
diagnosing
all
people.
those
I'm
symptoms.
ADHD,
And so
and that's why not caffeine. Not caffeine
it
does
got
not
to the
always
point where
work the same for people with ADHD.
I was taking
so
the amounts that I came to be taking in the time period you're talking about, January to June.
because he already has kids diagnosed with ADHD.
So it evolved over time. It wasn't like it just started then, Mr. Waters.
All right, can you just give me one example of a day during
And this
that
is
time
this
period?
is the
I mean,
problem
Sure.
with
I mean, did you take
shame
start at
around
8 o'clock in the morning, or whatever time you got up, and
neurodivergence.
take one, and then
is
one
people
every 30
won't
minutes?
go
I mean,
Well, no,
get
I've given you a chance to
medicated or
explain, so
treated
It would
or
now-
totally
diagnosed
depend.
because
It
they're
would totally
embarrassed or
depend
ashamed.
on any
And then
number of circumstances. So
they self-medicate.
Starting a day, one of the
I don't
main
think he was
things
taking
that
100
this
pills
would
a day,
depend on was
but I
how
do think he
late
was clearly
the day
self-medicating.
before I had taken pills and
And then the way he's
how many I
explaining
had
how it
taken.
works,
And did I take them during the night? Did I wake up during
and the
the
way he
night
explains his behavior,
and take them? So, let's just say that it had been a while since I took any, and I slept, and I woke up.
I think
all right?
Creighton doesn't
Then
have a
I
lot
would
of experience with
immediately-
narcotics
immediately,
cases.
First thing, take pills, because if it's been a while, a lot of times, if
For
you
those
slept
of you that were
and hadn't
questioning
taken pills,
whether he was
you'd wake up
addicted,
and you could tell the beginnings of
not
those.
just,
I'm not gonna say they were
I
really
think the level of his
withdrawals, but
addiction
that
might have been
agitation that
exaggerated,
you
but
feel
does
when
this-
you don't take it, and you could tell it, so you
Does
had to
this
take
testimony
it right
change
away.
your
And so I
opinion
would
of
start off.
that?
First thing I would do would take pills.
because Creighton doesn't believe him. I think he's exaggerating it, but I believe him. And Chris Creighton's like, well, how could you be a successful lawyer? That's how.
That's
He was
how
self-medicating.
strong withdrawals are for opiates, correct? That you feel that agitation until you can take another pill.
Yep.
Yes, that's just, agitation's the tip of the iceberg
Oh, tell us about the rest of it.
when
Let's
it
talk about that.
comes to withdrawals, opiate withdrawals.
I think you said in your
Exactly where Creighton wants to go with
jury
this.
and, the telephone conversation with Special Agent Kelly, and you talked about withdrawals, just how strong they are, how you're willing to do anything to make them stop, correct?
I think what I said is almost anything.
Almost anything. Well, describe that, please.
I mean, you're sick. You're physically, you are physically sick. It's like having the flu when you ache and your joints hurt. You don't want to get up. You can't get up. And that's after a while. It starts with what you're talking about, agitation and, fidgety. Everybody talks about how fidgety I was. But it starts with that, and then it goes to, you might be sitting here and just all of a sudden sweat's running down your face, all over your body. Like you ran a marathon. You literally sweat that much. The next thing that comes on after about, 12 hours is, I call it jumpy legs, but you literally, there's no way that you could sit right here in this chair. You couldn't remain sitting. You would have to get up and move around, and it's like your legs don't want to work. And that lasts for about anywhere from 18 to 24 hours. During that period, the intestinal issues come in, and
We heard a lot about that
you
yesterday.
literally you can't control yourself. You have, diarrhea like you have food poisoning. You throw up. You're physically sick.
How many times did you try to self-detox?
Mr. Waters, dozens,
Huh.
if not hundreds.
What?
There's so many I can't tell you.
That feels exaggerated too. But I also don't know what he
Those
considers
symptoms you just described
self-detox.
are
Is it thinking
extremely
about it?
Powerful.
Is it
Make very
cutting
difficult to do that. Is
the
that
number
correct?
down a day?
Made it difficult to,
To try to self-detox.
it's extremely hard.
You mentioned yesterday that you were paranoid. How long had that been going on?
Well, no, I didn't say that I was paranoid.
Yes, you did.
What I said
No,
was,
what you said was you were
as
paranoid.
the addiction evolved, there would be situations where you would have these paranoid thoughts.
This is
When did
a
those first start?
helpful line of questioning, I
When
think.
it first started, but,
I mean, how long before June of 2021?
a long
Week,
time.
a month, a
Oh,
long
no,
time?
no. It was, it was as my addiction got worse. It was a significant period of time, but,
How long
when-
would
when-
you have these paranoid thoughts?
usually a matter of seconds. It was something, again, my whole life, you wouldn't see me where I didn't have pills on me. And that's where I kept them. I kept them on me because I was scared to put them somewhere for fear somebody would find them. So I kept them on me. So if you saw me, I had pills on me. I had a pocket full of pills on June the 8th, on June the 8th, when I was sitting in David Owen's patrol car. So I always
There weren't
had
any
them on me.
pills in your
and
pants when the police took them, though.
I might be
So-
going to Edisto, and I turn on
Why were there
Hampton
no
Street
pills in
right
your
out here,
pockets
and a police
when the
car
police
pulls out.
took your shorts
Boom,
then?
I have paranoid thoughts. It just. But I could always say, you're not doing anything wrong. He's not following you, and I could get past it in a matter of seconds.
Everyone that said jagged little pill in the chat, I appreciate it. Yes, he has one hand in his
Did
pocket.
anybody in your
The other
family ever
apparently is
see
full of
you
oxy.
having these severe withdrawals?
Absolutely.
And who did?
Mags, Paw, Bus, my dad, Randy, John Marvin.
I wonder if his pills out of his computer bag were taken because Paul said he took them.
And just to be clear, Randy and John Marvin never saw me having withdrawals before September. They
So
saw
who-
me.
And I thank you for clarifying that. Prior to June of 2021, who in your family saw you having these severe withdrawals?
Bus, Paw, Maggie, my dad.
I was making notes too.
Do you remember calling Paul a little detective?
I was hoping he'd get to this.
I don't know that I ever called him a little detective, but I
Roll
think
the tape.
Maggie did. I may have. Paul was very intuitive, so
You said that too.
I heard
think you said
Miriam.
that during
I
one of your
heard
interviews.
Miriam call him a little detective. I know Maggie used to call him that.
Did that have anything to do with the pills?
Can't lie now.
Well, yeah, it had something to do with it, but Paul was always that way, but that what led him to be called a little detective, certainly there were times when Paul found pills.
Including just a month before the murders. Is that correct?
No, sir.
Then what's that text message about?
Call 6523 that was entered into evidence, which is a text from Paul to you,
I do.
which he said that Maggie found pills in your bag.
Right.
Tell me about what happened after that.
You asked me about Paul finding them, but it was Maggie that found them.
Fair enough. So it was
That
Maggie
is
that
fair
found?
enough.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but Paul is the one who
Paul confronted you.
reached out to you, correct?
The word's confronted, Creighton.
On that occasion, yes, sir.
And what was the discussion after that?
I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was about that I'd had eye surgery I don't know what day it was, but days before that. The day Maggie found them, Maggie drove me to the doctor for me to have my cataract removed, whatever they call that surgery, I can't remember, but I had a cataract taken out, outpatient. You go
Fair
in
point,
for a
little white
couple
lie.
hours and you come out.
We
And
did
it
hear
was
the word
during
murder.
COVID, and so Maggie wasn't allowed to come into the doctor's office, and so she sat in the car. And I had left pills in the
don't know
computer
about that.
bag, and sitting out there bored, guess she started looking at my computer and found them in the computer bag. So she found those pills.
All right, and so she obviously told Paul, and Paul texted you, correct? About finding those pills
That's correct.
in May of 2021.
That's correct.
And you've heard your sister-in-law Marion testify that Maggie called him the little detective about the pills. You heard that testimony in this courtroom?
I did hear that.
All right. So did they start to watch you like a hawk and get on you about your pill usage during the month of May?
Is Creighton changing his motive in front of
No.
us?
They did not.
No, Mr. Waters, this battle that I had with addiction, it had been going on for years. And so they had been watching me like a hawk for years before May. May was just one occurrence where I let them down again.
Let him talk.
They had been watching you like a hawk for years, is that correct?
No, ask him about let them down again.
About my pill addiction, yes, sir. That is correct.
Follow up on the let them down again. Because he looks mad. Creighton, look at him and follow up on the question.
This time in May, that wasn't the only time that Paul found pills or Maggie found pills, is that correct?
Now, there were a number of times where Mags found pills, Paw found pills, Bus found pills. I mean, it was an ongoing, it was just an ongoing battle for me.
And after they found those pills in May, that being Maggie and Paul, were they trying to get you to self-detox?
No, sir, not at that
Does
point in
he
time.
know the answer to that? 'Cause
Just let it go?
No, they didn't let it go. But at that point in time, Paul and I had already had a discussion based on, I can't remember exactly when it was, but there'd been a previous occasion a good while back where there'd been a previous occasion where either Maggie or Paul had found pills, and Paul had come to me and asked me, and I told him, you know, I was back on the pills.
I agree. Creighton doesn't follow up on the answers a lot. He keeps going on his train of thought.
And
When was this occasion?
we had had a long talk. As I said, I don't remember exactly when it was before that. Paul and I had had a long talk. And we'd agreed, I had agreed, and I detoxed so many times. I'd been to detox. I detoxed at home with Maggie's help. I detoxed at home with doctor's help. I detoxed on my own, tried to, and it just detoxing just didn't work. You could detox, but you couldn't, no, not you, I couldn't stay off of them. And so, I promised Paul that as soon as we finished with his criminal case, that I would go to rehab. And, and on this particular occasion, Paul knew that his mom worried about me so much with pills that on this particular occasion, I think that Pawpaw convinced Maggie that I got those pills in anticipation of the eye surgery, but that I never took them, so that she would not worry that I was once again.
So you're talking about, now you're claiming that about the time in May, that Paul talked to Maggie and convinced her of that? Or are you talking about a different time?
I'm not claiming that, Mr. Waters. That's a fact. This is what happened.
All right, we're hearing that now, correct?
Hearing what now?
What you
That-
just said.
Well, you just asked me this. Mr. Waters, you keep making the issue about first time you hearing these things. When I got arrested and I went to jail, we began reaching out to you to talk to you about all of these things, to try to tell you everything that I'd done, to give you all these details, to help y'all go through these financial things. And up until the time that y'all charged me with murdering my wife and child, you would never give Jim Griffin a response to our invitations to sit down and meet with you.
Okay.
So you're telling me I never responded to Jim Griffin? Is that what you're saying here today?
I'm telling you.
Look
You
at
saying
Creighton's
that you
face.
Ever before yesterday reached out to anyone through yourself or through your attorneys and reached out to anyone in law enforcement or the prosecution and told them the story about the kennels? Are you telling me that?
What I'm telling
Did
you,
answer my
Mr.
question
Waters,
first, please, sir. Answer my question first. Did you ever reach out to anyone
not
in
his
law
job,
enforcement
though.
or the prosecution and tell that story that you told this jury yesterday about the kennels before yesterday?
did I ever reach out to law
Did
enforcement
you-
to say, I want to tell you about the kennels? No, sir, I did not. What
This is
I,
the Fifth Amendment line.
No, it's not.
This questioning about him volunteering information on these charges.
It might be burden
violates
shifting.
his Fifth Amendment rights, and we strongly object. Any more, we have to make a motion.
The objection's overruled.
We're getting close
What
to burden
I
shifting,
did
though, and that is a
was-
problem.
so,
Answer
yeah,
my question first,
Your Honor,
sir.
for the record, he did not bring it, he was talking about financial
Sit down,
stuff.
Mr. Griffin.
Oh, shit! Did you hear the judge say, sit down, Mr. Griffin? Hold on. We're switching feeds because I want to see the lawyers jumping up and down at defense table while this gets crazy. Oh, thank you
Answer
for
my
the...
question.
I don't even remember the question.
Before yesterday, did you ever bring up what you told this jury about that kennels to anybody in the prosecution or anybody in law enforcement?
No.
no, I didn't have the opportunity to, Mr. Waters, because you
It's your fault, Mr.
would
Waters.
not respond to my invitations to reach out and tell you about all the things that I done wrong. And to talk about bringing this to a head, to talk about bringing this to closure. I understand how many people I hurt. I understand how angry my partners are and how hurt they are. And I understand how hurt these people that I stole money from are. I understand how hurt they are.
Your
And
clients
one
are
of the
now these
things
people.
that I believe is getting past this may help them get some closure. And so since at least January, I've been trying to sit down with y'all
To make amends.
to talk to y'all.
Is that what it is?
Okay.
And never, ever got a response to the multiple requests.
Multiple requests?
Yes, sir, multiple requests.
Creighton,
I would
don't
ask
laugh.
about this.
Murdaugh,
Let's ask this,
sir.
Sir?
Did Mark Ball ever hear your story to the
There it is.
jury about the kennels until yesterday?
There it is.
Your buddy and law partner, Mark Ball?
Listen, I haven't spoken to Mark Ball since I went to rehab.
And
Go
these
through
are
all
the
the people
same
he
law
lied to.
partners that you were listening to the night of. Is that what you testified to this jury earlier? You testified to that earlier, did you not?
I don't understand your question.
Didn't you testify earlier that you were listening to your law partners on the night of the incident?
Was I listening to them?
Yeah, you testified to that. It's a simple question, sir.
He doesn't understand where you're going
I'm
with it.
sure
It's
I
not simple
was.
for him.
When are you talking about?
On June 8th, in the early morning hours, you testified to this jury that you were listening to them, but you never told them the kennel story either, and they heard it for the first time yesterday as well. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's the first time they heard it.
First time that Ronnie Crosby ever heard that would have been yesterday?
If he was listening, that would have been the first time he heard
First
it.
time Johnny Parker ever heard that was yesterday?
Yes.
First time Danny Henderson, who was representing you in the boat case, ever heard that was yesterday?
Yes, yesterday is the first time that I have said that openly. But that's not what you were asking me, Mr. Waters, but you go ahead.
First time your brother Randy heard that was yesterday.
Creighton, just let him talk. Let him
was
fill the
listening.
space with sass. I'll talk about burden shifting at the break. I don't want to talk over it too much. Because I don't know when Creighton's going to start talking. And this is the stuff
And
that
Mr. Waters, just to be clear,
see.
I was begging
No
for a
question pending.
meeting with y'all to try to bring this to a close, to talk to y'all about everything.
talk your way out of it?
Up until the time that y'all charged me with hurting Maggie and Paul.
Hurting.
Now, after that point in time, I stopped, obviously.
Claiming that you were begging for a meeting, but you admit information was never conveyed that you wanted to change your story after multiple interviews with law enforcement about what happened that night, including the most important fact of all, which is when the last time you supposedly saw your wife and son alive was.
I don't know exactly what was conveyed or not to you, because I wasn't part of it. All I know
Fair
is
enough.
what
You don't
I
know.
was trying to do was to sit down.
And talk to y'all.
I understood to bring all this to a close, that y'all would want me to sit down and go through all of these financial things, all of these things that I'd done wrong, and to try to bring that to a close. I was repeatedly trying to sit down with y'all.
The reality is, Mr. Murdaugh, is the reason why no one's ever heard that before is because you had to sit in this courtroom and hear your family and your friends, one after the other, come in and testify that you were on that kennel video. So you, like you've done so many times over the course of your
Lied.
life, had to back up and make a new story that kind of fit with the facts that can't be denied. Isn't that true, sir?
No, sir, that's not true.
Okay.
The answer to that question doesn't matter. The reason Creighton
You've
asked
done
the
that
question
over and over again over the years with all of this that we've been talking about, haven't you?
is for the jury to hear the question.
I've done what over and over again?
The second that you're confronted with facts that you can't deny, you immediately come up with a new lie.
That's the point
Isn't that correct?
of the line of questioning.
Mr. Waters, have we established, I have lied many times, but I can't sit here and tell you that, what are you talking about, facts that I can't deny? That I would disagree with that proposition that you're putting out. That was
Keep
what I
trying to play
did all
word
the
games
time.
with them. It's
In-
going to go
in
back
doing
and
that,
forth.
I admit again that I've lied to people that trusted me.
The word games will go both ways. Everybody's a lawyer in this questioning scenario here. It's just going to
So we can agree that the prosecution and law enforcement and so many of your friends and family heard for the first time your story about the kennels yesterday after all these weeks of testimony. Can we agree on that?
The law enforcement, my partners, and my friends heard me say that for the first time. Yes, I agree with that.
Just pause, Creighton, and let him fill in the gaps. He keeps doing it.
Would you agree with me?
No. That we should talk about the timeline from June 7th? Yes, I agree to that. Can we do that? When are we going to do that? I want to do that. We talked about the kennel video.
That your own lawyer was repeating your story that you were at home napping as late as November of 22
He
on
repeated it in
national
opening.
television.
That's true too.
I don't know.
You don't know that?
Nah, in jail, we don't get newspapers, and the TV we have is limited, so.
He's
So
like,
your
I'm
own
not,
lawyers, at
I'm not
least as
watching
late as
GMA.
November 22, didn't know this story that you've told to this jury after 5 weeks of your family and friends coming in
Ooh,
and
that's,
saying, yeah,
I would
someone
object to
did it."
that.
I don't-
Objection,
I would
Your Honor,
object to that.
violates attorney-client
I
privilege
think it does too.
communication. Totally improper.
I agree. I agree.
Yes, sir, response.
He has brought up his communications with counsel, and now that is fair game, Your Honor. His communications through counsel with
He
or alleged
did.
communications
Oh,
with
he did.
prosecution.
I don't know. I would excuse the jury and ask more.
Attorney-client privilege to national television interviews.
There
The
is
objection is overruled.
to what was said. I would have excused the jury and talked about that more. Because Alec did say, I've been telling my lawyers to talk to you. I think they should have explored that a little bit more. Because it's dangerous territory.
Are you waiting for me to answer, Mr. Waters, or did I answer?
I think the point's made.
All right, sir.
Waters knows it's dangerous
You said
territory.
You weren't aware of that national television interview, is that what you said? You were
Unaware of what national television
The
interview?
one where your lawyer repeated that story as late as November of 2022. Your story that you were actually home asleep at the house.
The
During
only,
the clock out.
the only national TV ad that I'm aware of is, not ad, program, is one that Mr. Griffin was involved in.
Yeah,
Was
the
a-
HBO one.
Are you referring to like a Dateline something?
I'm talking about HBO.
Okay,
I've
HBO.
done a
All right,
show
like,
Dateline.
so, yeah, I am aware of that. And what I believe the case to be is that I believe that when that was in its works, that Mr. Griffin made those statements sometime
Always Mr. Griffin, isn't it?
substantially before November of 22, as early as around the very beginning of 2021,
But also, Poot went on
Let's
the morning
talk,
shows to talk about it.
at least what I understand to be the case.
All right, let's talk some more about your testimony from yesterday.
It's always Jim Griffin.
And you're
I wonder how
telling
the
this
jury
jury,
feels about that.
even on something as clear as this kennel video, that your story doesn't change when you have to make them fit the facts that no longer can be denied. Is that what you're telling this jury?
I don't understand that question. Say that again?
I said, you're telling this jury that you don't change your story to make the facts fit evidence you can no longer deny, like what's been going on in
Yep.
this courtroom.
I'm not telling the jury anything about that.
All right, good. All right, let's move on. Let's talk some more about that issue.
Diana says, Alec Murdaugh, bad guy, check. I'm struggling
let's
with the
talk
charges.
about-
I don't think you're alone on that. I think a lot are. This is a hard case. This is not a clear-cut
Confrontation on
case.
June the 7th with Jeannie Seckinger, which you said was no big deal. Isn't that what you testified? Words to that effect?
I think what I testified to is that, to me, it certainly didn't seem like a confrontation. Jeannie came to me and was almost apologetic. And this is what I believe, Mr. Waters, is I believe that what Jeannie Seckinger and my partners have had to go through since September has been hard.
They've had to pay back all the
I
clients
know
you
they-
stole
I
from.
mean, I could see it. I could see the hurt
Yep.
that I caused them. And I know that they're betrayed, and I know that they're angry, and I know that they're hurt. And I want to make clear to this that while I disagree with what Jeannie said as to it being a confrontation, because I don't believe that it was, I don't think that she was lying. I think that she feels it. I think that, she believes that that's the case after all this time that she's had to deal with this. But on June the 7th, when she came to me, she was almost apologetic. You heard her say that she said that she wouldn't be doing her job if she didn't do this.
That's right.
And it was made clear to me that someone had said this, that I had to make sure that income came through the firm, that I couldn't structure money. In other words, I had the impression that there was concern that maybe, like Mark Ball and Ronnie Crosby said, that maybe I was hiding fees because of the civil boat case.
Let me
But
see if I
that
can
conversation was so
summarize.
quick, Mr. Waters, that you keep using the term confrontation. I didn't take it as a confrontation.
And you're telling this jury you're not making that issue fit,
I kind of believe him though.
make your story fit with those facts by saying,
'Cause I
it
think
wasn't
he
a big
thought-
deal, and Jeannie, she's hurt, so she's overreacting now.
No, that's
You
not
got
what
on
I'm
that
saying.
stand and testify.
What I'm saying is exactly what I just testified to, that
He
to
perceived
me,
it.
on that day, that was not a confrontation.
He perceived it as not a
Ended
confrontation.
almost as quickly as it began.
Because who's going to step to
and
him?
I didn't
That's,
think about
I
it
think in
again
his mind it wasn't a
for
confrontation. In her
a
mind it
period of
was.
time
I think
until
both are
after
true. She was
everything
confronting him more than he'd
Testified
ever been
earlier, you get
confronted.
paranoid if
And he
a
thought
police
he could
officer
brush
turns
it
out
off.
behind you, but you're not getting paranoid when Jeannie comes in here and says, I need an answer about these fees?
No,
I
because,
Fair.
believe you took them?
no, things like that wouldn't cause, the paranoid thought and the paranoid thinking.
He thought
it was
Chris Wilson would
always
keep
related
covering
to
for him.
pills. It was always, okay, that reaction that somebody just gave me.
It was always related to pills.
Yes,
Do they
Creighton,
know
follow up
something?
on that.
Did something somebody said, it was, I mean, the times, that's what, when I had to deal with paranoid thinking, that, if a judge confronted me in the courtroom about a piece of evidence, or if Jeannie asked me about that, those are not things that gave me paranoid thinking.
Okay.
Him
And he testified
testifying.
the same thing about the boat hearing on June 10th. Not worried about it, no big deal, correct?
No, I didn't say that it was no big deal, but I said that my main concern about those motions coming up on June the 10th.
Yeah, I don't know about the selective paranoia either, guys.
dealt
I don't know.
more
Chat,
with
I don't
the
know.
venue motion than they did with the motion to compel, I believe is what I
Are
said.
you telling this jury that you didn't testify yesterday, that you weren't concerned about it?
I wasn't overly concerned about it.
CeeLo,
And I'm sure I had some level of concern because
agree.
the venue motion was, it was a big issue in the case.
Well, were you concerned enough about it to bow up on Mark Tinsley at the trial lawyers conference and say, what are you doing, Bo?
No, absolutely, unequivocally, never happened.
I think with Alec testifying, he's given the prosecution a big opportunity to switch what they think happened here and the motive here. I don't know if they will,
The Ferris fee
but I think it
issue
explains more
comes to light on June the 7th.
the circumstance of the
You're
pills
not
being
going to be able to borrow
taken.
money from Johnny Parker anymore, are you?
If the Ferris fee, hypothetically speaking, if the Ferris fee came to light on June the 7th, well, here, any point in time,
He's
if
not
the
answering.
Ferris fee came to light, Johnny Parker would not loan me money.
Okay.
If Johnny knew that I had taken fees, I would not have been able to borrow money from Johnny Parker.
You testified earlier about going
Dr. B says bye.
to the Gamecock baseball game on the weekend prior to Monday, June the 7th, 2021, correct?
I don't know. I
Correct.
think there's room for the jury to say he didn't think
Sir?
he didn't think Chris Wilson was going to open his accounting and kind of rat him out. He didn't think Jeannie Seconder was going to dive into it any more deeply. And on June 7th, for him, it didn't feel like a confrontation. I think it is a reasonable explanation because he'd always gotten away with this shit before. But I'm interested to see what text messages we don't know about yet that he's showing to the defense, because that's what's going on there. I'm very interested about that. But I think it is a reasonable interpretation. He's like, I didn't feel confronted.
I'm going to show you what's been
I
marked
do.
as Stage 572 to this trial. You got your readers with you, or your glasses. And have you, first I just want you to look through that document and then answer the question, do you generally know what that is?
Shelby, I understand that Alec is a very good liar. But
Someone
it's
wants something, so if you'll stand for a moment, everybody stand for a moment.
one of the jurors has raised a hand or something. But is it reasonable to the jury that he didn't think that this confrontation was the thing that was going to unravel him? And he's testified about Chris Wilson not opening his trust account for a variety of reasons. We've seen other witnesses testify about it too. And while we saw Jeannie Seconder, it was a big deal for her. The jury's going to go with what is reasonable to Alec. Now, they might think, yeah, I agree. The June 7th confrontation at the law firm wasn't the thing. It was everything else and people taking pills away from him and all the rest of it. But I don't know. But they also might say, look, motive to the side, none of this makes sense. People killing their family doesn't make sense. We're not even going to try to find a motive. We're going to look at the evidence that points to him trying to cover it up, asking witnesses to change their testimony or change their memory, not having any blood on him when he says that he has touched them, changing his story with regard to his face is real interesting. Changing his story with
Come to
regard
order.
to where he was and when. It's an interesting question. Oh, the judge used his gavel. That's the first time he's used his gavel.
May it please the court. Have you had a
So-
chance to review that, Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
All right, and do you recognize what those are?
And we just get to
generally?
talk it
I
through.
do.
And what are they?
Text between Maggie and I.
And what day did they take place?
Text with him and Maggie.
June the 6th.
June the 6th, 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
At this time, the state would offer States 572 into evidence. No objection.
The judge,
Admit without objection.
the judge gavelled. I want to look at these text messages.
All right. Tell the jury, where were you when these texts were taking place?
I was in the hotel,
And what city were you in?
Columbia, South Carolina.
All right. And where were they?
JC said
I'm
this
not
is
exactly
convoluted.
sure
Yep.
where they were when they first started, but they would have been somewhere between a hotel, a restaurant, and the ball field.
All right. But when you send this text on June 6th at 11:41, you say y'all in seat already, correct?
Yes, that's what I did say.
All right. And they say, yeah, Maggie says, yes, we like these seats. Is that correct?
All right, that's correct. I didn't notice that. So at that point in time, they are in the ballpark.
You're not there. You didn't all go to the game together
And
then.
then you respond, better than last night. They extended checkout to 1. Going to come then, is that correct?
That's what that text says. Yes, sir.
All right, so you're back at the room, is that right?
Yes, sir.
There better be a point to this more than he showed up at the baseball game late, Creighton.
Later on, you text after she asked you to bring a charger and says, Muggy, you text, I'm dreading it, see you in a little bit, is that correct?
That's what I said. Yes, sir.
I mean, I understand
She
that.
responds, don't come, but then asks about the charger and says it's hot. Is that correct?
Mr. Waters, yes, I assume you were reading it exactly, so, yes, sir.
Did I read that correctly? Ask it, Creighton. Give it to him and say, did I read that correctly? Please. For the love of the chat.
She eventually responds,
So he didn't go to the baseball
not
game.
crowded, but not the place to come if you don't feel well, very hot and muggy. We are inside, sitting at the bar, very nice indoors. Is that correct?
That's what it says, yes, sir.
And then you respond, dialed you by accident. They are making me leave, so I'll see y'all in a few. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And who was making you leave where?
The hotel.
It was past checkout time at the hotel.
After you'd gotten an extended checkout, correct?
It
Creighton,
appears so.
time is a construct. And sometimes it is hard to get out of your hotel room on time. Look,
And the reality
Time is wibbly.
is that you were in that hotel suffering from withdrawals when that's going on. Is that correct?
I was beginning to, yes, sir.
what?
And the reality is,
He was in withdrawals on 6/6. Well, that explains the sweating in the
wife
car
and your
during the
son
interview.
were on you
and
at
the
that
jumpy
time
legs.
period because they had found pills just.
That's
few
a
weeks
different
prior.
story.
No, sir, that's not correct.
Well, then why were you going through withdrawals at a baseball game? That is a whole different case that he's going through withdrawals on 6/6 and 6/7, which is consistent with the mess that he looks when he's being interviewed with police.
Let's talk about.
He said he would do anything when he's in withdrawals. If he doesn't testify, the prosecution gets none of this in. This changes the case for me. But the prosecution, because he testified, is going to be able to change their narrative of this case that they wouldn't have been able to do
got
if
up
he
that
didn't
morning.
testify.
Or what time do you think you got up and left that day?
That'll be interesting.
After having the benefit of looking at all these records, I don't know what time I got up. And looking at the records, obviously I've been up for a while, but it appears I left shortly after noon.
Okay. And you went to work?
I did, yes, sir.
And what were you working on at work?
I was working on this Dominion Energy case.
So he's
was
going through
primarily
withdrawals
what
when
I was
Jeannie
working on, that,
confronts him at work.
We had motions
That's
coming up
different.
later in that week. As I said earlier,
It's just a different circumstance.
I believed at the time that it was the biggest case that I'd ever been involved in. And there were motions coming up in that. I was preparing, Danny Henderson, my partner that was helping me with the civil case from the boat wreck, had been on me about getting a financial statement, and I finished doing that so that it could be given to Danny. It's primary, is what I remember doing. Obviously, I talked to Jeannie, but
Okay. And what time did you leave?
and I'm sure I did some other routine office things, but I can't tell you what they are.
All right. What time did you leave?
It appears that I left around a little after 6 from the records.
Okay.
I
And-
thought I
putting
left
up a
earlier
poll.
than that, but, I mean, the records seemed to be pretty clear.
And you
The
were,
records
in
seem to be
fact, I
pretty
think you said
clear.
in both, many of your interviews that you were working on the boat case that day as well. Your financial declaration.
Yes, I prepared the financial declaration. I didn't do any work in this civil case. So my work in that
I saw a couple questions. Do I think he was advised
is
not to
what I did.
testify?
I prepared the
Yes.
financial statement, which took me a little bit of time.
Remind me
but-
to talk about it at the break.
To get the details on that, but, I mean, that was the work I did in preparation for the motions coming up.
And what time did you get home?
And looking at the records, it looks like I got home a little before 7, 6:45, I think, 6.
Swear, if Creighton keeps
6:40 something.
attacking him on his perception
and
of
Paul
time,
rode
I'm
the
going to lose
property?
my mind.
That's correct.
And you told law enforcement you shot a .22?
That's correct.
You told law enforcement that you never saw any blackout?
That I'd never seen a blackout?
That, at that point in time when you and Paul were riding the property?
No, I did not see a blackout.
Timeline. Timeline.
Did you tell law enforcement that
calm
you
Creighton
and Paul
got.
were going around looking for hogs?
If I said that,
Go ahead.
and if I told them that, you know, you don't look for hogs in the daytime, all right? The hogs are deep in the swamp in the daytime. So I can tell you that Paul and I were not riding around looking for hogs. But what we were doing is we were going from food plot to food plot, and we were looking for hog signs, all right? What a hog will do is come out
That's
and
a
root,
change.
and they tear up food plots, they tear up everything. And so that was one of the things we were doing. But we were not hog hunting.
Y'all.
We were not looking for hogs. We did not have
Does
the
he seem mad
300
or
blackout
panicked?
with us.
Okay. Paul didn't have the gun that blackout that he favored with him while y'all rode the property?
Mad?
The
Panic.
gun that's in here,
Any rifle?
there was no 300 blackout with me and Paul.
All y'all had was a 22.
Y'all are, some of you saying
And
both,
that
some of
was
you
a
saying mad,
22
some of you saying panic.
pistol, but we didn't have that with us at that time riding the property.
Right. And you testified, you've seen the Snapchat video of you on the tree, is that right?
I have seen that.
And you don't dispute the time of that video, do you?
I don't even know what time that was taken, but whatever the gentleman
that.
came and testified to, I don't dispute that.
All right. And what time, well, let me ask you this.
It was
When
odd.
did
There was something.
you go back to the house?
That was odd.
Were you with Paul or were you by yourself?
I was by myself when I went back to the house. I went back to the house basically when Maggie got there.
When Maggie got there?
That's not what he said yesterday.
All right. And where had Paul gone?
He said he and
prior
Paul
to
were back
that?
at the house
Was he
before
back
Maggie
at the house
came back.
already or he came after you?
Paul was at the shop when I went back to the house.
All right. So you beat him to the house is what you're saying, is that right?
I beat him to the house?
Yeah. You were at the house prior to him
First.
getting there.
Yes.
All right. And you say Maggie was there at the same time or there before you or there after you?
That's what I'm not absolutely certain about. I believe that Maggie came through the kennel entrance, and going back and looking at these records and these times, I believe she came through the kennel entrance while Paul and I were at the shop. But either way, I got to the house very shortly after Maggie got there.
That's what he said
And
yesterday.
I believe that she came through, and I believe that I went right behind her.
And when did you take the shower that you've been talking about to this jury?
I believe when I first went in the house. I mean, I would have talked to Maggie for a second, but I'd seen her that morning, so I would,
You left your clothes on the floor?
I'm not sure. It makes sense to me, given what Blanca's said, but.
What was
I
your
couldn't tell
habit?
you one way or the other.
All right.
Those weren't the clothes Blanca picked up, though. The clothes
About
in the
what time was
Snapchat
that, you
video.
think?
And looking at the records, I think that was a little after 8.
And you're saying Maggie was already there at that point?
When I got to the house,
Yeah.
yeah,
And what did you do after that?
I came back out, sat out on the couch to eat dinner.
All right. About what time was that?
A few minutes later, I mean, it didn't take me long to shower.
And you say Paul was already eating at that point?
He was.
You say he left first?
What I said is he got up and he finished eating, and he left our immediate vicinity. Now, I don't believe he left at that point, given what I've looked at time records.
Given the
and all.
records.
I believe that he was around the house for a little bit longer,
And just to be clear, again,
but I didn't see him.
all of this detail was people were hearing for the first time yesterday, like we talked about before, correct?
Say that again?
All of this
Creighton.
detail that we're going through right
Shush.
now is not anything that you
Creighton.
related before. We're all
Keep
hearing
going
this
through the
for first
timeline.
time yesterday.
Objection, Your Honor. Fifth Amendment privilege.
Objection is overruled.
So, yes, I did not tell law enforcement.
We'll talk about why they keep making that Fifth Amendment objection later. I don't think it's appropriate in this context.
Actually, I don't think law enforcement asked me what I did when we first went to the house, but I clearly lied to law enforcement about what I said
Well, and
yesterday.
everybody else.
Okay. And all of this, the last time you supposedly saw your wife and child, all of this detail, you as a lawyer and a prosecutor didn't think that was important to offer on your own?
Oh, I think it's important.
You told this jury how cooperative you've been and how much information you wanted to provide, but you left out the most important parts, didn't you?
I left out that, I sure did.
You don't consider that one of the most important parts?
I think it's important.
And why do you think it's important if you don't know when they were killed?
All right, tell me about what happens next. Tell me about how Maggie and Paul end up out down at the kennels.
I'm still not absolutely certain exactly how they ended up at the kennel, but in looking at the time frames.
We'll talk about the Fifth Amendment.
GPS points,
We'll
I think I pretty well
chat. Just
know,
pause on that.
because
We'll
I
talk
wasn't
about
sure
it.
if Maggie had walked to the kennels or ridden to the kennels, and I wasn't exactly sure how Pawpaw got there, but I'm all but certain that Maggie and Paul went to the kennel together.
All right. And what was the discussion? You said that they were going down there, but you didn't want to go. Is that right?
Maggie, what I said is Maggie asked me to go to the kennels with her, and I wasn't going to go. I said, I'm not going to go.
And how long after she left did you supposedly go down there?
It was very quickly.
And what did you tell this jury and all these new facts as to the reason you changed your mind? Why'd you change your mind?
I just had a shower. When you go to the kennel, you always end up at the shop, dogs are running around, you're always going to end up doing more work. All right? It's hot. I'd
He was
already
going
had a
through
shower.
withdrawals.
I didn't want to go to the kennel
Understandable.
I understand that. So why'd you
do
change
too.
your mind?
because Maggie wanted me to.
He
So
didn't
you
want to have
thought
a
about it
pissed off
for
wife.
a few minutes and then decided
The
to go
jury
down
might
there?
understand
I
not
don't
wanting to have
think
a
I
pissed
sat
off
and
wife.
Contemplated, am I gonna go, am I gonna go?
I'd understand
I think
that.
that.
My wife
like
wanted me
many
to
things
go.
Maggie wanted me to do, if I didn't do it at first, I ended up doing it.
And you took the golf cart down to the kennels?
That's correct.
How long did that take to drive from the house down to the kennels in a golf cart?
You know, in looking at
Time's
the
wibbly.
records from OnStar and all of that, it seems to take about a minute in the,
On a golf cart?
nope, in the Suburban. So I would think it's probably, in looking at those speeds, 20, 24 miles an hour, I would think it takes double that. I think it takes a couple minutes.
All right, so you'll concede at least a couple minutes to drive down there.
I
Is that
think,
right?
yes,
In a golf cart?
that's correct.
But did he drive the golf cart back?
When the kennel video was going on, had you arrived before that?
He
I
doesn't
believe
know
that I had.
because he didn't
Okay.
know when the kennel
How
video
long
was
do you think
taken.
you'd been there before that was going on?
Not long, because when I got there,
Oh, but he knows the
in looking at the
conversation.
kennel video,
He knows when they were talking about. He knows when they were talking about.
you can see
He caught a
Pawpaw
guinea.
standing in the kennel. When I got there, Pawpaw wasn't standing in the kennel.
He wasn't in
Oh,
the
that's
kennel
right. He
anymore?
did say yesterday he
Well,
drove
he
back.
wasn't in the kennel like he is in the video.
Right.
He's probably.
Where was that golf cart when
I
police
don't know
arrived?
exactly,
Though?
but I know he wasn't in the kennel. He was like in the driveway. He was fooling with Cash. He was in the driveway, but like close to the kennel, but not in the kennel like he is in the video.
So the video happened after that, according to you?
Video happened after I got
After you
there.
first saw Paul? You're saying he wasn't in the kennel. When did the video happen?
I believe that to be the case.
Okay. After you had arrived, is that correct?
Yes,
And,
very shortly after I arrived, but after I arrived.
all right. And did you tell Maggie at that time that you were going to go to Alameda?
I did not.
Did y'all discuss it at all, according to you, to these new facts you're testifying to?
I don't believe so.
I think they only processed the Chevy.
Did you have
The
any
Suburban.
conversation with her?
Oh, yeah.
Had you had a conversation, did you have a conversation with Paul about the dogs, about Cash's tail prior to going down there?
Didn't Maggie have a
Prior to
tire
going down
print
there?
on the back of her leg?
Did I have a conversation with Paul
Yes,
about
did you talk to
cash?
him about Cash and some problem with his tail prior to going down there? Did you have any knowledge of that prior to going down?
He's not trying to trick you. He's just
I'm
trying to
not
find out what
sure.
you know.
As I sit here today, I don't recall that, but
There's no records of that, so he doesn't know what to
I
say.
I don't think so.
When you first arrived in the golf cart, where did you pull up to?
I pulled up right where Maggie was.
Which is where?
Which is where?
She was standing in a spot where she could see in between the chicken coop and the storage room of the kennels, where the dogs were back up in those planted pines, behind the kennels, to the left of the chicken coop.
And what'd you do after that?
I went back to the house.
No, I mean, did you pulled up, you get out of the golf cart,
When I pulled up, I stayed on the golf cart,
you stayed on the golf cart. How long did you stay on the golf cart?
however long I was down there.
You never got off the golf cart?
No, I got off to take the chicken from Bubba.
Thanks.
How long were you down there before you took the chicken off the boat?
Very short time.
Like what?
I'd be like, sir, just like you said yesterday, I'm not good with time.
Couple minutes,
I don't know.
And what were you doing during the couple of minutes before you got over there to
I
deal
wouldn't
with
answer
Bubba?
that at all.
talking to Max.
All right. And what did y'all talk about?
I don't know.
You don't remember?
No, sir. I do know that Maggie was very concerned about Paw Paw, and
You remember a lot of detail about all these new facts, but you don't remember what you talked about?
That's snarky.
I don't remember the
Harpoon
exact
doesn't like
details
it.
of what we talked about. I believe that at that time, we may have talked about Paw Paw, but I'm not certain.
Were you withdrawing at this time?
At this time, no, sir.
You weren't withdrawing at all.
No.
Huh.
I mean, I would only withdraw when I didn't have pills.
And you're saying you had pills?
Yes.
Down there for a couple minutes, I think you've said now, before you get off the golf cart?
About, yes, sir.
All right. And where do you go at that point?
I take the chicken from Bubba.
All right. So you get up?
Well, I mean, Bubba's come out there with this chicken. I mean, he's showing us, hey, I caught this chicken. And I take the chicken from Bubba.
Bubba came up to the golf cart?
He said Bubba
He came up
to
by the
him.
golf cart. He came up to Maggie and I, which I was on the golf cart. She's by the golf cart. I mean, he's not coming to the golf cart, but he's coming to us.
Is this during the kennel video or is this after the kennel video?
Well, no, you hear Maggie say he's got a chicken.
Okay.
That's what she's talking about, is Bubba caught a chicken.
All right. All right. So is the kennel video still going on before you go get the chicken?
How would he know?
I mean, you've heard it, correct? You've heard it in this courtroom.
I don't know exactly, I don't know exactly, but in close timing to Bubba coming out of those woods with the chicken, I got up and took the chicken from him.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Were the dogs
She did say
barking and
guinea.
carrying on or going out into the woods or acting like they sensed somebody was around that they didn't know?
That's a good question.
Were the dogs acting like there was somebody around that they didn't know?
Yeah, like dogs do.
No.
No, they weren't.
There
Were the
was
gi-
nobody
There was
There
no.
around
was
that the
nobody
dogs
around.
didn't know.
Okay.
That's a good answer.
Dogs didn't, to your indication, sense anything out of the ordinary. They were just chasing after the guinea.
There was nobody else around
All right. Good.
for them to sense.
Creighton,
You've
stop
heard the
saying
kennel
good.
video.
We'll say
Would
good.
You agree with
You
me
don't say
that
good.
It lasts for about 50 seconds.
And the guineas don't react
Agree with
either.
that.
So it would have ended around 8:45 and 45 seconds. Would you agree with that?
I do agree with that.
Did you have the chicken out of Bubba's mouth at the end of the kennel video? or
Timeline, there's a
Did it take longer
timeline.
than that?
You know, I can't remember exactly when in the video he came up with the chicken, but I would have had the chicken out of his mouth within 10, 15 seconds of Maggie saying he's got a chicken.
All right. And so then what did you do?
I put the chicken up.
All right. How long did that take? Did you get out of the golf cart to do that?
I did.
All right. And you had to go walk to where it was?
Well, yeah, I mean, a few feet, but I did that, yes.
All right. So how long did that take? I mean,
Seconds.
we're at 8:46 now. How long did that take?
Seconds.
Just seconds? All right. And what did you do after that?
Got back on the golf cart.
And what'd you do after that?
I left.
You left.
Now,
Just
did I
jumped
leave?
on the golf cart and left.
Well, that's what I was getting ready to say. Did I get on the golf cart and leave that second? Probably not. But did I get on the golf cart and leave very quickly after that? I did.
Okay. Yeah. I think you testified yesterday. I got out of there.
I
That's
did.
exactly what he said. Why is there
Get out of there
laughing?
so quick, Mr. Murdaugh?
Because it was chaotic, it was hot, and I was getting ready to do exactly what I didn't want to do.
More work?
You were getting ready to do what you didn't want to do.
That's correct.
Oh, they're not
I was
gonna.
getting ready to sweat. I was getting ready to work. I went back to the air conditioner.
So did you say goodbye? According to your new story?
Do you think
Did
that
I
was
say
a slip?
goodbye?
Yeah. Did you talk to them at all, or did you just get the chicken, put it on there, jump on there, and just take off?
I wouldn't have just gone off. I mean, I would have said, I'm leaving.
Okay.
Did I say goodbye or bye?
And again, go
But,
ahead.
I mean, there would have been some, there would have been some exchange. I'm not staying here.
Well, what was that exchange? I mean, you've had such a photographic memory about these new stories. What happened here?
No, that's not, I can't tell you the exact words.
You don't remember your conversation after you put that chicken up? Did y'all talk about the chicken?
No, I don't think we did.
Did you talk with Paul about Cash's tail?
After the chicken?
Yeah.
No, I know I didn't do that.
Did you tell Maggie I'm going to go check on him?
At that point, no, I don't
Did you
think
tell
I did.
Maggie, it's hot out here, if they gonna go back?
I certainly would have said something to that effect.
All right.
Then again, your spouse knows if you're like, I'm
Unlike
going.
everything else with the new story, you just can't recall what that would have been.
Well, I mean, you're making that categorization. I think there's other
That's
things
fair.
about that I can't remember. But if the question is, can I remember exactly what
a fair
words I
answer.
used when I gave Maggie some salutation when I'm leaving, I can't tell you what those were.
All right,
But it would have been something to the effect of, I'm leaving.
all right. Okay, but you would concede that there was at least some conversation, that you wouldn't have just put the chicken on there and ran back to the golf cart and taken off, correct?
Without talking to Maggie, I would have never done that.
All right. All right, so let's, you want to say a minute? Does that sound about right?
A minute for what?
To have just whatever interaction it took for you to then, according to your new story, drive back to.
No, sir. It wouldn't have taken me a minute. It would
Not a
have
minute.
been, it would have been, I'm leaving. I'll see you in a minute.
Okay. So 30 seconds?
I don't think it would have taken 30 seconds, but, I mean, I'm fine with you using whatever time you want to apply, but I don't
I'm
think it
just
would have
asking
taken that
about
long.
real life here and how people interact with one another, Mr. Murdaugh. I mean, so what you're telling this jury, I call, you're fuzzy on these kind of details.
The chat can
is
answer about the
That you
dog.
jetted down there, you dealt with the chicken and jetted right back.
No, sir. No, sir. I didn't jet down there and I didn't jet back. I got up after Maggie asked me to leave, after Maggie asked me to go with her, and I didn't. I got up. I went and got on a golf cart. I drove down there. I did what I did. I said, I'm leaving, or something to those words, and I went back.
All right. Well, if it's about 8:46 If the kennel video ends at 8:45 and
That's
45
the point.
seconds, and it's about 8:46,
This is the
we
point.
at least concede that maybe it was about a minute before you got on that golf cart and headed back. Just reasonable real life.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it was that long, but
So how did you
maybe,
not hear
sure.
the gunshots?
So,
But I don't think it was that long. I mean,
all right, well, how long did you
exactly
think it
what I
was,
thought
Mr.
was going to be
Murdaugh?
going on at that kennel, why I didn't want to go there to begin with, is exactly what was going on.
Yeah, well, I get that.
And I left.
Are these also convenient facts in your new story that have to fit with the timeline now that that evidence has been thrown in your face?
No, sir.
Does that sound like real life to you, that you jet down there and jet back, Mr. Murdaugh?
Mr. Waters, as I just told you, I didn't get on my golf cart and jet down there. I didn't jet back. Those
The
are
reason
your-
why you have to be
Hang
so
on now,
fuzzy
Mr.
about
Waters.
these
Just a second.
details.
Mr. Waters, hang on.
Just answer before another question is presented.
Yes, sir.
I'm
Just a
answering your
moment.
question.
Just a moment. Are you responding to the last question?
Yes, sir. I'm responding to your question, and you're using words that I'm not using. And
That's how that works.
That's your
Do you agree
categorization.
I'm entitled to ask my questions to you, sir?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I'm going to answer them. All I'm saying is, I'm taking issue with the manner in which you're changing what I'm saying.
So you
And
disagree this is a new story? You disagree with that characterization?
Yeah, he does.
yes, this is the first time that this is being told openly.
And you disagree to my characterization that you've got a photographic memory about the details that have to fit now that you know these facts, but you're fuzzy on the other stuff that complicates that. You disagree with that?
I do disagree with that. I think that I have a good memory about a lot of things on this.
Creighton, let him answer.
We got the kennel video ending at 8:45:45. So
The point
just to
is,
take care of the chicken, put it up. I was going to say 8:47, but somewhere around there. I think you said somewhere around there.
the
Is that
point
fair?
is, he would have been
Just
driving
to
back
do whatever you need to do and get on that cart before you head back
to fit the prosecution's
The
timeline.
kennel video ended at 8:45,
in 45 seconds.
8:46. It certainly could have been 8:47 before I left out of there.
Okay. All
I think it was sooner than that, but it could have been.
right. That's 60 seconds and 75 seconds, correct? After it ends.
If it ends at 8:45 and 45 seconds, it's a minute
You
and
can
15
hear him
seconds.
calling to Bubba in the video.
Okay, as I got out of there, right?
That is exactly what I did.
So if we're at 8:47, I think you said, giving you the benefit of the doubt, it's 2 minutes to get up back to the house, correct?
Approximately.
All right.
how
And
did
when
you
you
not
got
hear
back
the
to the
gunshot?
house, where'd you park the golf cart?
Same place I'd gotten it from, right where Mark Ball testified that it was.
All right. And what door did you go in?
I would have gone in the front door.
And if you left around 8:47,
And it takes 2
and it
minutes.
took about 2 minutes to get up to the house, what time would that make it, Mr. Murdaugh?
If I left at 8:47, and if it took me 2 minutes, that would make it 8:49.
8:49.
And that's when the cell phones lock. So how did you not hear the gunshots? And I don't think you should ask him it.
Testified you went
I think
inside.
you should argue it to the
and
jury.
The TV's on, right?
I did go inside, and the TV was on.
Okay. And you laid down.
The cell phones lock
that
right
right?
after
I did.
8:49 for Maggie
Before
and
you said
Paul.
you'd been
Paul's a little
napping for
sooner.
an hour or so, or
Maggie's
napping
a
that
little
entire
later.
time, but now you laid down on the couch,
That's correct.
all right, and maybe dozed for a second,
Maybe.
according to your new story? How long did
I
you
would
doze?
object to Creighton calling it a news story.
If I dozed, extremely short time.
but
Extremely short
the jury
time?
might object to it too.
Because you would agree with me that at 9:02, you're up and moving, according to the
That's what
data.
his phone
I
says.
agree that according to that data, my phone's recording steps at whatever time it is, 9:02 something.
How long did it take you, if you're at the house at 8:49, how long before you went and laid on the couch?
I would have gone straight to the couch, probably. I may have gone by the sink, or, I may have gotten a spit cup but it would have been basically straight to the couch.
Because we did see him dipping
sir.
and spitting
You're
in
telling
the
the story that-
police video, I think.
That's what happened, and you were back at the house at 8:49, and you lay down on the couch and dozed for a second, and then you were up with more steps in a shorter time period than you had done all day.
Well, I mean, your number is 849. What I'm telling this jury is that I went down there, and when I took that chicken from Bubba, I would have said something to Mags. I got back on that golf cart, and I drove back to my house. After getting back to my house, I went inside, and in short order, I went to the couch. That's what I'm telling this jury.
Did you go anywhere else in the house?
Mr. Waters, I can't tell you specifically about that. I don't think so, but I may have.
Did you have that tan blackout and a 12-gauge shotgun on that golf cart when you drove down there?
No,
You didn't?
no,
Did you see them when you were down there?
no.
No. So we got you back around 8:49, and you're leaving at 9:02, correct? And you didn't see any weapons down there. You just happened to be back there. You didn't hear anything at all. Did you hear anything at all, Mr. Murdaugh, during that time period?
No, I did not.
You didn't? Didn't you tell law enforcement that you thought you heard them pull up? Didn't you tell law enforcement that?
I did think they had pulled up.
All right, so that was that. You did think that?
Yes.
All right. So now you're saying there was a car pulling up?
No,
You didn't testify to that yesterday, did you, in your new version of events that
no, I don't,
construct?
Mr. Waters, I don't believe there was a car pulling up.
Okay. But that's what you told law enforcement, didn't you?
No,
Yeah.
I told law enforcement
On
that I
6/6.
thought they had pulled up.
It was, and then he
you're
thought he
saying you
saw a
couldn't
person
hear-
or a cat.
Blackout shots supposedly, but you could hear that, correct?
I didn't say I couldn't hear blackout shots.
Oh, so did
But
you?
I'm saying that I thought when I got up from taking a nap, if I took a nap,
If I took a nap?
but when I got up from laying down, as I was getting ready to go to my mom's, there was a point in time where I thought Maggie and Paul had come back.
You also told them that you thought you heard a wildcat, but maybe it was a person or something like that as well?
No, that's not what I said.
What did you say then?
I said when I went outside that
He said
there's
this in his second interview.
a house cat that's gone wild. And he hangs around, he goes from hanging around the shop, goes from hanging around the house, different times. You might, and there'd be
Not what
times you
you
don't
said.
see him. And he had been around the house. And when I went outside, I believe that cat was over there.
Okay. And you made a point of mentioning
I
that
never-
to law
I
enforcement.
never thought it was a person.
All right. But you made a point of mentioning that to law enforcement, correct?
You mentioned it might have been.
In the course of discussing it, I did tell them that.
But you never told them all this new story that you've constructed in light of this trial. is that
Clearly
correct?
not, Creighton.
I did not tell them that I went to the kennel. I lied about that.
And at the same time, you also looked at this
You didn't
jury
answer the
and
question.
tried to tell them that you had been cooperative in this investigation.
That's fair. He didn't answer the
Other
last
than
question,
lying
Creighton,
to
though. Back it up and ask him
them
again.
about going to the kennel, I was cooperative in every aspect of this investigation.
Very cooperative, except for maybe the most important fact of all, that you were at the murder scene with the victims just minutes before they died.
He did,
right?
Did he know it was minutes before they
I
died?
did not tell them that I went to the kennel.
We'll take a break at this time for about 15 minutes, talking to the jury.
He is getting
Please go
pissed.
to the jury room. Please not discuss the case.
He's getting pissed at the people in court. When he says we'll take a break, they are not in recess, and the people should not start standing up and talking and doing all the things. When he excuses the jury, the court is still in order. He's going to say something to this audience at some point if he doesn't say it or if the bailiff doesn't say it. Because when you excuse the judge, the courtroom should remain quiet, but everybody starts talking. And he said, I'm just talking to the jury. because I don't think he's done.
Please do not discuss your testimony with anyone during the break.
And then he says we will be in
Be in
recess.
recess for 15 minutes.
And then people can stop talking or start talking. So it's been an interesting morning. Some of you, testimony has shifted your perspective of this case. Some of you, it hasn't. For some of you, it's solidified your testimony in this case or your opinion in this case. So I asked, did the circumstances from 6-6 with Alec's withdrawal change how you see this case? Some said yes, some said no, some said solidified my opinion. So with that, let us get to your questions. This has been an interesting cross-examination, but we're starting to see little shifts in the way Alec talks about this case, and that is a very interesting thing. So let's go to your questions, and then we will get there. All right. So some of this testimony is going to sway some of you, some of it won't. Let's go to questions. Yeah, Miguelina, let's go ahead and end the poll. Thank you. Let's do questions. Let's do questions. And we're going to have to keep an eye because now all of the channels that carry court feeds have started interrupting when there's a break to go to commentary. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that instead of, it's so much easier when they just go to the clock. All right. Creighton is getting pissed. I don't know if Creighton's getting pissed. Creighton, I think, is getting excited. I think Creighton's getting amplified. He's getting a little excited. Alex seemed to be getting frustrated and pissed. I also think there are points where Alec is fair to say, I don't understand what you're asking, but Creighton is trying to bulldoze over it and bulldoze the objections. So one of the things we need to talk about is why Jim Griffin was objecting regarding the Fifth Amendment. And we need to talk about that. Here's why Jim Griffin is making that objection. And you might remember some of this from the Rittenhouse case. When a defendant has asserted their Fifth Amendment privilege, you cannot comment on the fact that they did not give interviews. If a defendant never speaks to law enforcement and then takes the stand, you can't argue, this is the first time we're hearing this, is it? And the prosecutors in Rittenhouse did that, and I lost my mind. There were objections to it. The judge yelled at them about it. It is completely improper. This is different because the defendant gave so many interviews. So if the defendant had given no interviews at all and then testified, the prosecution can't be like, well, this is the first time we're hearing about it. That's commenting on his Fifth Amendment right to shut the fuck up. But because he gave so many interviews, they are allowed to comment on the fact that you never told police this because he told police so many things. And that is the difference in circumstance here. I think it's a fair objection, but that is the difference in circumstance here. He talked to law enforcement over and over and over. The other objection we saw was talking about attorney-client privilege. And Alec was saying, hey, I told my attorneys this and this and that. And then Creighton was following up on it, but it was getting very close into what did you talk to your lawyers about? And I think Creighton was right to back off of it, even though the judge overruled the objection. Creighton backed off. I think the judge should have sustained the objection, and Creighton backed off immediately. He was like, yeah. He asked it a way that was eliciting an answer that was, I think, too deep into an attorney-client conversation, and he backed up, which is good on Creighton. Creighton can see, I think, sometimes where the line is that he doesn't want to cross, because if there is a conviction, there will be an appeal, and there's already a lot of stuff in here that will be fodder for that appeal. Joy in the Home said you mentioned something you would tell us about burden shifting. Yep. So look, the state has to prove what they've charged beyond a reasonable doubt. That's not beyond all possible doubt. That's not beyond a shadow of a doubt. That is beyond reasonable doubt. The jury instruction will be very clear. If there are two reasonable explanations, and that's, I think, one of the big problems in this case for the state, if there are two reasonable explanations, you must go with the one that tends towards not guilty. And a lot of things in this a lot of things in this case, there are two reasonable explanations. But if the jury does not believe Alec Murdaugh, they don't have to take his explanations as reasonable at all. They can be like, all of those explanations might seem reasonable, but it's all bullshit. I don't believe anything he says, so I don't care. So the prosecution is getting very close, I think, to, but you didn't tell law enforcement this, and you didn't give law enforcement this. It's shifting in the mind, or the concern is that it's shifting in the mind of the jury. Well, Alec didn't prove that he didn't do it. And that is burden shifting. The defendant doesn't have to prove he didn't do it. And you can ask them reasonable questions about things, but the more you get down the, why didn't you tell law enforcement this and why didn't you tell law enforcement that, the closer it gets to you have to prove yourself innocent, which is not the system of justice that we have. And that is a problem for me. They get closer and closer to it. I think they should focus on, well, you lied about this. Why were you worried about it? Why were you worried about lying about the last time you saw your wife and son? And if you were so worried that you were lying, why did you bother talking to police at all? And if you didn't do it, why were you trying to get your story straight for a timeline with Shelley Smith and with Blanca? And I think there are these little bits where we will get into it. So I see a couple of you say that his Fifth Amendment rights are waived when he took the stand. He does waive his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination when he takes the stand, but that does not permit the prosecution to comment on post-arrest silence. That's the difference. In this case, he was not silent post-arrest, which is why they're commenting on it. If he had given no interviews to police and then testified, they can't say, well, no one's ever heard this from you before, because that's commenting on post-arrest silence, which they cannot do. Even if the defendant takes the stand, they can't comment on post-arrest silence. He was not silent post-arrest. So, all right, let us continue on. I hope that makes sense, that the difference is there. If this is the takeaway, if you are ever in a position where the police are reading you your Miranda rights and they say you have the right to remain silent, anything you can say will be used against you in a court of law, know that they mean will as a fact will be used against you. And if they are reading you your Miranda rights, they don't think that you're just a witness. They're going to say, oh, we just read these to everybody. No, they sure don't. There's a lot of witnesses that don't get read their Miranda rights. So if you say nothing, they can't comment on it at trial. They can't. He had pre and post arrest interviews. Okay, Rob, fair point. He had both pre and post arrest. Nothing you say can or will be used for you in court since it's considered hearsay, right? That's also a very fair point. You as, Kimmy, this is a great point. You as a defendant, your attorneys cannot elicit beneficial statements from you for your defense. The prosecution can elicit statements, but they can leave things out. The prosecution doesn't have to admit all of your statements. And that's not helpful to a defendant. So you're definitely not going to be benefited, I think, from anything that you say. If you are a witness, you are a witness. You won't be read your Miranda rights. I witnessed a horrific car accident that we stopped for. You know what nobody did? Read me my Miranda rights. You know why? Because I said, this is what I saw. It was awful. That's a whole long story, though, and we're not going to get into it. Some of the members might remember me talking about the car accident story. And years later, when I ended up reconnecting with the driver of the car that was not at fault. In the 911 call, Alec Murdaugh said he was not at the kennels before lawyers advised him to have Danny with him. Yep. He said it repeatedly and frequently. And if you think that he did this or you think that he's involved in this, the thought is, right, because he was getting his story straight on the drive back from his mom's, the drive to and from his mom's. He was getting his story straight. And if you think he had nothing to do with it, he was distancing himself because he thought they would blame him. But that's a lot to process in the 17 seconds. From the time he got to the kennels to the time he called 911 is 17 seconds. It's a lot to process in that 17 seconds. Say I was never here when you're calling 911 because for the first time you've seen that horrific crime scene. It's a lot to process. Jay Scott said, since he was in the golf cart the whole time, can't that shift the height of the shooter closer to 5 feet? I think the prosecution can argue it. I think the prosecution demonstration of being down on one knee was different. I don't think the golf cart was ever tested for blood or gunpowder or GSR or any of it. And I wonder, because they were talking about golf carts going back and forth at his mom and dad's house after his dad's funeral. I just wonder if they took the golf cart over there then. Like, is the golf cart different than the ATV? I have questions. What if they never read you your rights? Erica Sutton, this gets into law school questions. If they never read you your rights and you're not in custody, you might still not be out of the woods because they don't have to read you your Miranda rights in non-custodial interrogations. So it's fact specific. You have to look. Most cases that I worked either had a direct witness or the defendant said something or they were on video or what have you. But when the defendant says something, I have never seen it not used against them. In my experience, it is always used against them. No, that's not true. There were a few cases that were accident cases, that were vehicle accident cases where their statements helped, but it's a rarer circumstance. Not in a double homicide scene. Alex said Maggie told me to leave going to the kennel. He did correct himself, but slip up of what the convo really was about or just a fumble of words. I think he's avoiding what the convo was about, and I absolutely think he remembers what the convo was about. Just from watching him stumble over, I don't remember the last conversation. I don't know about any of y'all. I'm ADHD. My brain works different than some. You know, us neurospicy folks, our brains work a little different. But I can obsess over a conversation that I had where I'm either feeling like I'm right and somebody else was wrong, or feeling like I was wrong, or feeling like I didn't understand. And I can replay those conversations from years ago. So I don't know if he wouldn't remember more details of the last conversation with his spouse. I just don't remember. Or I just don't think he wouldn't remember. I think he would know those details and he doesn't want to share them. So, could someone have stepped out when he left? The dogs weren't going crazy. The guinea hens, we've heard that the guinea hens are like the best defense birds in the world, that the guinea hens are loud as fuck and they hate everyone. So we didn't hear the guinea hens going wild anywhere. What he said in his testimony is that there was nobody else out there. The dogs weren't going wild. The guineas weren't going wild. There was nobody else out there. I saw somebody put it in a super chat to that effect. It might have gotten swooped by Nightbot because all caps. The guineas weren't going wild. The dogs weren't going wild. And the reason Creighton went through all of that so closely is because the end of the kennel video and when the phones lock is minutes. So how did you get the chicken out of the dog's mouth, put the chicken up, say goodbye, wrap up what you were doing and get back in the golf cart and leave? Especially in light of the fact that Alex said yesterday, I got out of there. Quickly, I got out of there. So, and he says nobody's going wild. Nobody else was out there. Okay, well, if nobody else was out there and it takes you 2 minutes to get from the kennels back to the house driving the golf cart, how do you not hear the shots? And I don't think they'll ask him. I think they'll just argue it. But how do you not hear the shots? And how do you tell police you thought you heard a car driving, but you didn't hear the shots? And then he said, well, I never said I didn't hear 300 blackout shots. Creighton's not going to follow up with, well, did you? He's just going to argue it. Maybe he will. I don't know. I can't predict what Creighton's going to do. There's things he does, and I'm like, that's what we're doing right now. Great. That's what we're doing right now. Also, I need to take a look. Law Nerds, we have been on the road to 700,000. Y'all broke the website like 4 times yesterday. Like 4 times yesterday, the website got broken. But I think we are almost at 699. So if you haven't subscribed to the channel and you are interested in doing that, now is a good time while we're answering questions to just go ahead and do that. Look at us. We're getting there. Now is the time. You're going to, and if you start subscribing, look, there's over 54,000 of you here. I would appreciate it. It's a great way to support the channel. And I am on a mission to prove to my 11-year-old that I am a real YouTuber. So, he believes I'm a real lawyer, does not believe I'm a real YouTuber. because I do not have an M after my number, but we're pushing for 700,000, so I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Question, has anyone said anything about the time each phone is set to go to sleep? No, we haven't heard anything about that. Thank y'all. Look at you subscribing. We haven't heard anything about whether they had do not disturb mode on, but I don't know what version of iOS they had on their phones. I distinctly remember the last conversation I had with my husband before he died. Oh, Linda, I'm sorry. I wanted to hold on to that. I agree with you. Though the defense could come in and argue that he was going through withdrawals, that he was high, I don't know what they're going to argue. But when the police arrived, the sweating and the jiggly legs might explain a whole lot given what he told us now about the 6th. So if he was on the golf cart and back of MM had a tire print, sus. The back of her legs seemed to have a tire print, but it was same or similar to the ATV. And I just need to go through the crime scene photos and look, is the ATV and the crime scene photos similar to the one that was in front of the house? Do we even have a photo of it? Like, what are the golf carts and the ATV, UTVs similar with tiring? Thank y'all. We're going to absolutely hit 699 here pretty shortly. Would the 5'2" shooter theory fit if AM is sitting in the golf cart? The movement might not work if he's sitting in the golf cart, though, because there's definitely movement in the shot pattern with regard to Maggie, particularly, and the shot trajectory. You would have you couldn't have been in a golf cart, I don't think, for the way the kennel shots happened with Paul. So I feel like I'd remember my last words to my loved ones, especially in such horrible circumstances. I think you would be racking your brain for it the moment you saw them. Like, if you didn't know they were dead, assuming he doesn't know they're dead, he shows up from his mom, he sees this horrible scene, and then he's got 20 minutes to wait for police to arrive. It just seems that you would rack your brain for, what did we say? What happened? What did I misperceive? What were the dogs doing? You would be searching for answers. But also, this jury might just be like, why are you so clean? You said you checked them. You said you tried to flip them over. You said you did all of this in grief. Then why are you so clean? Andrea, question. If AM was under the influence while practicing, could all the cases he looked into be looked into or overturned? I don't know if they're going to do that here. It raises some questions. We know the law firm is paying back out his clients. I don't know what they will do with that. He's already been disbarred. The cases he prosecuted as a criminal prosecutor were done with co-counsel, his father, who seemed to have known that he had an addiction at least at some point. But I don't know how much they will look back into those civil cases. They are paying the clients that didn't get paid. I think it's probably where it's going to stop. He's been disbarred. Wow, he just told on himself at the time. Someone else would have to have been there when he left, but he said no one was there. And the timeline and the tech is going to get him in this case. But then again, is the jury going to believe he had time to clean up? Because the guns are gone and the clothes are gone. Would you ask AM about tampering with the boat crash scene to connect it to him? Oh, sorry, I read that wrong. Would you ask AM about tampering with the boat crash scene and connect it to him asking about if he staged the crime scene? They asked him about the boat crash some. I don't know if they can prove the boat crash scene enough to confront him on it in cross-examination. I don't. Can a person who didn't recall and relive the moment they hurt someone, can they truly feel remorse for it? I don't know. I don't know. I am definitely not an expert in how our brains work. Only my lived experience. As I heard Alec talk about Maggie and Paul, it just clicked. He loved them so much he couldn't kill them. Therefore, not guilty. Did you hear 2 jurors crying? I did not hear 2 jurors crying, but I think there will be some that believe he absolutely loved his family and couldn't have done this, which is why I think we're in a very real situation where this jury might not be able to come to a verdict. I think it's a very real concern in this case. Uh-oh. Court's back. Court's back. Hold on. They're talking about something. Give me a sec. Let me back this thing up. Oh, wait, no, is this?
Everyone in the
We're going to
courtroom.
listen in to what he has to. The prosecutors will be stepping back up, I assume, to lie and a half. Why should we believe what he
Wait,
has
what
to
is happening?
back
Is court
down?
back or is court not back?
After the recess, Creighton Water will be stepping back up. Waters will be stepping back up, I assume, to do the
Oh my
questioning.
goodness.
He's got all of his legal team there, though. If attorney.
That there is to be no reaction to the testimony.
Oh, good.
No jeers, cheers, no reaction at all by anyone in the courtroom. You'll bring the jury.
On the record before the jury comes in.
There will be an opportunity to put something on the record. If it's regarding an objection, it can be done later.
Yes, sir.
All right, and they're bringing the jury. Let's zoom back. I'm not surprised that the court admonished the audience. All right, let's get back to live and let's switch feeds real quick and see where we're at. It looks like the jury is not back yet, and they are still waiting for the jury to be back. And it took a minute yesterday for the jury to get back. Matt Bond, can he be charged with impersonating a law enforcement officer? I don't think they have a specific instance of conduct, and they generally they can't charge
Thank
that
you.
generally.
You may proceed.
They need an instant where he impersonated to get something. So it'll be, I think that would be hard. We definitely got to shrimp. Was Bubba there with the shrimp? That's a real question.
When you picked up that chicken, was there any blood on it?
No, there was
I
no
don't believe so.
blood on the chicken.
Did you wash your hands or all?
At that point in time, I don't believe that I did.
And when you say you were there, you said Maggie was nearby you. Is that correct?
Right by me.
Was she messing with the hose at all?
At that time, no, she was not.
Did she mess with it the entire time that you were there, according to your new facts today?
While I was there, she did not touch. She was not fooling with a hose at all.
Sir, there is water running in the back of that kennel video. So that is not accurate.
I'm gonna.
There is water running in that kennel video very clearly. So if she's not doing it, who's doing it? Paul didn't have the hose in the kennel video. Paul's got the dog's tail in the phone.
I'm gonna put up on the screen states 519, which is the condensed
That
time.
water is running.
If I could have computer input, please.
I don't know what they're going to put up now, but there is water there. So, nope, there's hose water running. You can hear the hose water running in the kennel video with Cash's tail. You can hear it.
It's the condensed timeline, Mr. Griffin.
So Paul had the phone and the dog. He wasn't using the hose. Maggie wasn't using the hose. Was Alec using the hose? Alec said he's on the golf cart.
You see that up there, Mr. Murdaugh?
If this is a financial crime, okay, good. We're at a timeline. Don't lose my mind.
Yes.
Check,
All right, I'm
making
on
me laugh.
page 5. You see that cell tower map there?
He just
It's up
said
on
Maggie
my
wasn't
screen.
using it.
Yeah.
I do see that.
Would you agree with me that it reflects no cell tower activity on your phone from 6:52 to 9:04?
I agree.
I do agree with that.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Murdaugh. Did you take your phone with you down to the kennels, according to the new facts that you testified to yesterday and today?
I must not have.
You must not have.
If this is accurate, no, sir.
Is that typical for you?
Sure it is. Absolutely.
Okay. Tell me why that's typical.
If and when I'm going, now, it would be unusual if I was going out for any extended period of time, or if I was going,
There, if he was zooming,
even on the property, if I was going somewhere for an extended period of time, I would usually have my phone. But for me to go knowing that I'm going to the kennel and coming right back, that's not unusual at all.
because he thought he was
I mean,
going to be
there's
there for a period of time.
you've heard the testimony about the service out there. The service is terrible. You have to be in a particular spot.
All right.
And you have to find the spot.
So the answer is you don't know whether or not you took it down there
And I believe that I probably didn't based on this data.
based on this, but Unlike your photographic memory about other things, you don't remember whether or not you had your phone on you.
Mr. Waters, I've never claimed to have a photographic memory, but I
Jimmy
do not
Seconds, you're
specifically
dead.
remember if I had my phone that night. I do not dispute it based on this data, and that's not unusual for me.
Just like you don't remember, according to your new story, the last conversation you had with Maggie.
He keeps saying according to your news story, and
No,
that's
I remember,
juries
I
might.
remember having my
not
last
like that.
conversation with Maggie.
It's getting a little, I don't know.
Looking at this screen,
Do you hate
have
it? I kind of hate it.
the map up there. We're on page 6, and it shows you arriving back at Moselle at 6:42. You don't dispute that now, is that correct?
Haley, I'm going to answer this
No,
at the break.
that's
Great
what
question.
This data appears to show.
And looking at the data.
Savannah makes a
moving
good
on
point,
to
so
page
Alec trusts
7,
the
you have
data.
Paul arriving about 7:04.
I'm going
Is
to
that
switch
correct?
feeds real quick so we can see
You
this
don't have any
without the
reason to
logo
dispute
blocking
that?
the. That's not what I was trying to switch to.
Well, that's what it says. He arrives at 4147 Moselle Road, which is the address of the shop. The house is 4157. I believe that Paul actually got there a little bit before that, but I think that's approximately accurate. I think Paul got there a little bit closer to 7 o'clock.
You would agree that that's the earliest data point that reflects his presence in Moselle?
If that's what the records show.
You don't dispute that?
I don't dispute that if that's the earliest data point. But again, I believe he got there a little bit earlier. And I tried to look at these records to see if I could, if that could be refuted.
If I could dispute it.
And I believe he got there a little closer to 7 or a little bit before 7.
Yeah, that's a good point. You looked at these records a lot before you had your testimony yesterday and today, didn't you, Mr. Murdaugh?
I've looked at these records other than the OnStar
What he should
records that
say-
just came when they were provided to me.
What he should say is, I've been looking for these
Sure,
records to
I'll
try to
look
figure
at
out
it.
who did this. I don't
Right
think he
here,
will. It's a little snarky.
we have
but
some steps on your phone,
I would-
29 steps.
I wouldn't have held it against him for saying
And
that.
then
I've
down
been
at the
looking through this
bottom,
trying to find answers.
We have 89
Yes, I have.
steps. Is
I've looked
that,
through it over and
consistent
over and
when you
over.
Paul were together on the property?
Figure out who could have done this.
I mean, sure, we would go to different locations on the property. Sometimes we would get out, sometimes we wouldn't. We'd get out and walk around, we'd look at stuff, we'd do things. For example, you saw me messing with the tree. There'd be other ones, we may get out and look at a feeder. Maybe other ones, we get out and look at hog signs where hogs are rooting. So it would be perfectly consistent with,
Oh yeah, sorry, I switched. I
What
forgot to
Paul
switch
and
feeds
I were
back after
doing
we
that
were looking
day.
at the timelines. That's my fault. Thanks, chat. It's because the law and crime logo gets embedded over the.
805
Let's get our own feeds
to
next trial, but gets embedded over
809.
the text.
Would you agree that that's the last steps recorded on your phone before 9:02 when you become a very busy bee?
if that's what these records show. I see
Did
I
he-
took steps.
Did he
these
call him
records
a
show I
busy
took steps
bee?
between 8:05 and 8:09.
All right. So would you concede then that you're at the house around 8:09?
I would have thought so, yes.
Okay. And you said Paul was already back at that point?
No, I said just the opposite.
He did. He said busy
When did he
bee.
get there?
All right.
But did his dog step on a
Are you
bee?
talking about when I left the shop and went to the house, when Maggie was there?
Yes, before you ate dinner.
No, as I said earlier, Paul and I were at the shop. Maggie got home. I left Paul at the
Per
shop.
my last email,
and
Creighton.
I went to the house. I think you were saying that I said I met Paul at the house, and that's incorrect.
Paul was still down at the shop when you were at the house, correct?
When I first went to the house, Paul was still at the shop, I believe.
All right. And was Maggie there when you arrived at the house?
Yes, I believe she was.
All right. And 8:09 is the last steps that you have on this phone before 9:02, correct?
That's what the records show.
That's what the data shows.
And his attorneys are fighting over what the data shows.
Looking now at page 15. I'm sorry, page 14. Your steps But you say, when you got to the house, it's 8:09 and Paul was still down at the shop. But don't these records reflect that Paul is pinging with GPS data at the house at 8:08?
This record appears to show Paul at the house at 8:08.
All right. So those records don't fit.
He's not
With
gonna,
your
I don't think at Creighton
new
will ask
story that
him,
you testified
why did you turn your
yesterday
phone
and
off?
today. Is that
Because he'll say
correct?
I didn't, and Creighton can't
No,
disprove
I
it.
don't believe even right now, Mr. Waters, that that's right. I'm not saying, what you're doing is you're taking 8:09 and saying that I'm at the house. And, I mean, that may or may not be right, but what I'm saying is that when Maggie came through, I left, and I believe that Paul stayed at the shop. Now, did Paul come right behind me?
Probably not
I'm not
testifying.
sure, but when I left him, I believe that, when I left to go to the house, I believe that Paul stayed at the shop for a minute.
When you got to the house, did you put your phone down?
I'm sure I did.
Did you put it in the car, in the Suburban?
Did I put it in the Suburban?
When you got back to the house, did you put it in the Suburban? Was the Suburban parked out front?
The Suburban would have been parked wherever I parked it,
Which is where?
I believe on the side.
Okay. And did you put your phone in the Suburban?
At that time? No, I did not.
Where'd you put it?
I'm not sure where I put it.
You're not sure about that either, huh?
No, I'm not sure. When I went in the house, I'm not sure where I put my phone. I would think that I put it down somewhere, probably by the couch.
Didn't you testify yesterday when you were being asked by your lawyer about that pause at Alameda when you were leaving, and you had a very specific recollection of your phone had fallen down in the crevice and you had to pick it up and get it out? You remember testifying to that?
He did
I
it.
did.
He
But you
did
don't
have a,
remember what you did with your phone when you got back at this point, huh?
I mean, Mr. Warder, those are two distinct, different things. I'm coming in the house and I put my phone down. I don't have a routine spot that I put it in, right on this corner or right there. You know, I would assume that when I went in the house, I put it somewhere either on the table, you go by, going
They
to.
should ask him,
going
did you
to
put
the
all your
couch.
phones down?
I may have taken it to the bathroom, when I took a
That
shower.
constant story
It may
isn't
have taken me a few minutes to go to the shower, so I can't tell you exactly where I put it.
That console story is an awful specific recollection when you need it to try to make the new story that this jury's hearing and everyone's hearing yesterday and today with the data, correct? But you're awful fuzzy on far more important things, aren't you, Mr. Murdaugh?
well, they're important to you, Creighton.
Which question, here, I'll answer the first one first. No,
Answer the first one first and second.
I don't believe that's convenient, and I disagree with your categorization of the description.
All right, but you remember the console story, but you don't remember where you put your phone, whether or not you took it down to the kennels, whether it was in you put it in the Suburban, don't remember any of that, but dadgummit, you remember that console story, correct?
Well, I don't remember the console story, but, you know, in that Suburban, and it's not the first time that it happened, but when that phone got down there, you had to go to great efforts to get it out, and you
Answer
couldn't
that
just
later.
reach over there and get it out.
All right, you say when you got to the house that Maggie was already there?
Yes.
Okay. And we saw your last steps were at 8:09?
Well, that's what you saw when this data recorded my last steps, but as you heard this testimony too, Mr. Waters, you know, that's not a precise, that's not a precise, you heard the testimony, you know what it is.
Well, how did you get back?
We're
the
trying to
house?
explain it to
Remind
this
us.
jury, sir.
From the shop?
Yeah.
I went in a white pickup truck.
Went in the white pickup truck? Okay. And when you got into the house, where did you go?
We've already discussed this. I took a shower. Whether I did things for a moment before I went to the shower, I'm sure I talked to Maggie because she'd been gone. And if she came through the kennel, which I believe she did, we only talked briefly, so I would have talked to her, but I would have quickly gone to take a shower.
Okay.
Aaron, thank you for the input and congratulations on 8 years.
Going over to page
Paul,
16.
just memberships. The counter's just for, it's just,
You
or
agree
just
with
subs.
me
It's just a
that
subscriber
the
count.
data reflects Maggie start logging steps and her phone disconnecting from the Mercedes around 8:17, correct?
I agree. At 8:17, her phone ends connection to her Mercedes.
And starts logging steps?
I don't see that, but I don't dispute it.
It's right
See the
next.
purple line talking about it disconnecting from the Mercedes?
I
and
do
then if you
see,
go
I
down
see,
to-
I see where you're talking about. So yeah, I
Yeah.
see it. 8:17, her phone starts logging steps. I agree with that.
Okay. So would you concede that that appears to be when she arrived?
No, I don't believe that's when she arrived. I believe that, I mean, it was very normal for Maggie, when she's driving, to jump out of the car, run inside, go to the bathroom, do things, and either send me or Paul or go back, or Buster, or go back to her car herself and unplug her phone. So, I mean, I agree that's when her phone's unplugged, but I believe that Maggie got to the house a little bit before that. That's the whole reason why Paul and I went to the house.
Okay. But you're saying Paul arrived after Maggie, is that what you're saying? At the house? at
I
this
believe
point in
so,
time?
yes, sir.
It's a very fair
That's
point.
what I recall.
Who put the dogs back in the kennels?
And Paul arrived at the house after I arrived at the house, I believe.
Jennifer, thank you for the super chat. Yes, we'll have to get a note from the law nerds for my kiddo.
And if Paul got to the house
He's just gonna
around
keep
about
filling
that
the
same
air.
time, he wasn't inside with Maggie and I when I went to
8:08?
get to the shower.
So you say if Paul got, he wasn't inside with Maggie and you? Is that what you said? Mr. Murdaugh, is that what you said?
Sir,
You said if Paul got the house prior to that, he wasn't inside with you and Maggie? Is that what you said?
I'm saying he was not inside when I went to get in the shower.
Okay. But again, looking back at this data point, 8:08, we see a little blue dot right there in the middle of the house, don't we?
Yeah, that's what these records show.
Okay.
And it also shows that circle that folks testified to, what the range of what it could
Yeah, absolutely.
be within, so.
I think
mean,
Poot and Jim are
clearly
very
could
look at that
annoyed that
circle.
he's still testifying.
Look at what's right in the middle of that circle. Almost like somebody drew a circle around the house, don't you agree?
Yeah, I do, but also in that circle is where you would park a truck if you pulled up.
All right.
So.
That's a fair
you
point.
know, and I'm not saying that he wasn't in the house at some point in time there, but
He's
when I
sick
went to
of
get
this
in the shower,
question.
he wasn't in the house.
He's real tired of that question.
And he very easily could have been there and been parked in the yard.
I would just let him keep talking.
All right.
Creighton.
You agree at the bottom
He
of
was
page
in the
16 that about 8:30 Maggie starts tracking steps again on her phone?
Yes, sir, that's what the data shows.
It's not who let the dogs out, it's who put the dogs in. Who? Who? I saw you chat. Do Poot and Jim talk to Alec during the breaks? They can't talk to him about his testimony. They can say you're doing a good job, ask him if he needs to go to the bathroom, etc.
And you would agree with me that about 8:38, Paul's phone shows him back up at the kennels?
Well, yes, sir, I agree that at 8:38, let me see which one, it's hard for me to figure out which one of these rings, but at 8:38, it shows Paul in whichever one of those rings is 56 meters wide. And I have no reason to believe he wasn't at the kennel.
And then 8:44:55, we've already gone through this, but that's the kennel video, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And you would agree with me that it lasts about 50 seconds, correct?
Yes, sir, I agree with that.
And you would agree with me, moving on to page 19, that both Maggie and Paul's phones locked for the final time around 8:49.
That's what the data shows.
And they're locking him into the timeline because the timeline is this whole case. The timeline,
that,
I
you
think,
agree
and
that
the
Maggie's phone around 8:53 shows some steps
tech
being
data
taken.
is this
That's what the
case.
data shows, yes, sir.
Data doesn't show who's carrying it, but that's what it shows. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you would agree with me that from 9:02 to 9:06, your phone finally comes to life and starts showing.
Finally comes
lot
to
of
life
steps.
is dramatic.
I do agree with that.
What were you doing?
Phone springs
I was getting ready to go to my mom's house.
Getting ready to go? I thought you took a shower already. You were just laying down on the couch. What all you need to do to get ready to go to your mom's house?
I mean, there wasn't anything to get ready in that aspect, but
Wasn't anything to get
I
ready,
was
was it?
getting ready to go. I was preparing
He was
to leave.
fixing.
Doing what?
He was fixing
I
to
don't
go,
know if I
Creighton.
got up, went to the bathroom. I don't know. I can't tell you exactly what I was doing.
And that's far more steps in a shorter time period than any time prior, as you've seen from the testimony in this case. So what were you so busy doing?
That's,
Going to the bathroom?
no, I don't think that I
Get on a
went
treadmill?
to the bathroom. No, I didn't get on the treadmill.
Jogging place?
No, I didn't jog in
Jumping
place.
jacks?
No, sir, I did not do jumping jacks.
What were you doing, Mr. Murdaugh, for those 4 minutes?
He doesn't know. He doesn't
Preparing to
know.
leave for my mom's house.
What? What does that mean? I mean, you're in the front room on that couch where you
What does
say
that
you laid
mean?
down. The Suburban's just right outside. What all are you doing?
That
I
makes
don't know
sense.
if I got up and went to my room, went to the gun room, went back in the,
Doing what? You've been so clear in your new story about everything. What were you doing during these 4 minutes?
I disagree with your assertion about every detail. I don't recall. I know that I was getting up.
He's still not
and I was
answering it.
leaving. I was going to check on my mom.
He was
But
fixing to go.
specifically what I was doing, I don't
He doesn't know.
know.
Okay.
It's like, I don't know.
I know what I wasn't doing, Mr. Waters, and what I wasn't doing is
Oh.
doing anything, as I believe you've implied, that I was cleaning off or washing off guns, or putting guns in a raincoat, and I can promise you that I wasn't doing any of that.
Okay. Also, during this 4 minutes where you've got 283 steps, not only are you moving around a lot, but you're making a ton of phone calls. Because that in that same time period, you see this red line right here? Where over that 4 minute period,
Oh, Creighton, don't get dramatic
all
now,
those steps
buddy.
were taken.
Don't,
That's
please
also
don't.
when you're calling, making all these phone calls. Listen to Mr. Murdaugh.
Well, I made the
So were
phone
you running this
calls.
place and making phone calls? Is that what you're doing?
Be allowed to answer before Mr. Waters steps on him again with another question.
Agreed.
Please. Thank you.
All right.
They're trying to protect their
You
client.
were making all these phone calls while you were taking all these steps. Would you concede that? Where you don't
He gets
remember
louder
what
when
you
he
were
gets
doing?
excited.
Well, I was making phone calls, and that shown here. At 9:05, I called my dad. You know, I don't know that I was taking steps like you're saying I'm taking steps. I heard the same testimony you heard, Mr. Waters, and, you know, steps can be recorded any number of ways. I don't have a specific recollection of walking around. I don't know if I was hitting my phone like the guy showed or doing whatever that makes steps, but, you know.
So you were hitting your phone like that while you were making all these phone calls?
Hang on, no, sir. What I'm saying, Mr. Waters, I don't know that. I'm just giving you an example. You're saying that I'm running around taking these steps, and while I'm doing that, I'm making telephone calls. What I will agree with is that this data shows that there was 283 steps recorded on my phone. And sometime during that period, I made certain phone calls.
Okay. All right, so not only, for whatever it is recording steps, but you're also making a ton of phone calls, including missed calls to Maggie, who is 1,100 feet away, supposedly.
You're using the term "a ton of phone calls."
Yeah.
What I agree is that I made the phone calls.
Those aren't a ton of
that
phone
are
calls for
listed
him.
on these call data records, which, you know, are very normal phone calls from me.
Because he's a
You know why
obnoxious
so
phone
many
user, as we've heard in
phone
testimony.
calls were missing from the log around this relevant time
Oh,
period.
he's
when
asking.
law
Chat wanted to
enforcement
hear this
downloaded
earlier.
your
Thanks,
phone on
Creighton.
June 10th?
From my phone?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Did you delete them, Mr. Murdaugh?
Not intentionally.
Just around the time of June 7th, all these calls are missing, but you had nothing to do with that between June 7th and June 10th.
No, sir, I did not. And I did not delete phone calls from my
I
phone.
did
Mr.
not.
Waters, one of the most important things in this whole thing for
I did
me
not.
has been getting this data that I believe would exist. Phone calls and phone records would be part of that. I've been in enough civil cases and used phone records enough times to know that you delete a phone call from your phone, it doesn't disappear. So I can tell you, this jury, and everybody who's listening, that I did not intentionally delete phone calls from my phone.
Yeah, because you started talking about you're a former prosecutor, correct? And former lawyer doing civil cases. We went through that yesterday. And boy, you're busy bee on that phone right out of the gate at 9:02, right?
Busy. Another fucking bee?
That's overruled.
So
Am
we've
I
gone from
a
my
busy
dog
bee?
stepped on a bee to busy bee.
I am
I don't know what- I don't know
using my
what to do with that.
telephone at,
Again,
I think I call at 9:05, I start and call my dad, and I agree that I made other phone calls.
And one of the first things you start talking about with law enforcement is these calls that you made to Maggie. Correct? You recall that from your first statement to law enforcement?
One of the first things that I said to law enforcement,
Yeah, that's one of the things you talk about. I'm talking about
Boat
with your
wreck
interview
phone
with
calls.
Special Agent Dave Owen.
I don't remember that being the first thing we talked about, but
he deleted a lot of calls,
if Mr. Owens asked me about it, then
or a lot of calls were
sure
removed
did,
from the
didn't you?
phone.
I did.
You don't recall?
No, I don't recall.
Would you dispute me if I said you brought it up?
That I brought up, brought up what?
Phone, Mr. Murdaugh, your phone.
Phone calls to Maggie?
Yes.
That I brought up phone calls to Maggie to David Owens.
I'm asking you, is that one of the things that you talked about in your first interview with Dave Owen? That you pulled out your
This
phone and
is
started
going
looking at it, that
to
you brought that up? Do you recall
his-
that?
Well, but that's not what you asked, Mr. Owens. You asked me, was that the first thing that I talked to him about?
That
And
is what he
was the
said.
discrepancy. I certainly don't dispute that Mr. Owens and I talked about phone calls. But that's not what you said.
He's objecting to the form of the question.
Well, the real
Creighton.
reason,
Your
Mr.
questions aren't
Murdaugh,
specific
is
enough.
that you as a lawyer and prosecutor
This is going to manufactured
are
alibi,
up
which is
at
one of the state's
9:02,
theories.
finally having your phone in your hand, moving around and making all these phone calls to manufacture an alibi. Is that not true?
That's absolutely incorrect.
So that's just another circumstance and coincidence in this particular case.
If he was manufacturing
Right around the
alibi, why
time-
delete them though?
That you lied to law enforcement about maybe one of the most important facts in the case.
Comment before the question.
It is an absolute fact that I am not manufacturing an alibi, as you say.
How do you remember so much detail about everything else, but you don't remember what you were specifically doing to generate 283 steps while you're making
Trauma.
all these
He's
phone
gonna
calls
say
in the
trauma.
same 4-minute period?
I remember unequivocally, without any doubt, with as clear a mind as I could have at any time, that I never manufactured any alibi
not the
in
question.
any way, shape, or form, because I did not and would not hurt my wife and my child.
So why
So
can't
I
you
know
remember
for a
what you
fact
were doing?
that I never, ever, ever created an alibi.
Why don't you remember what you were doing when you were so busy
Trauma.
for this 4-minute critical period?
I do
Other
remember
than
what I was doing.
Other than I was getting ready
He
to
just
go.
doesn't remember specifically. It is unresponsive.
Because that's what I was doing.
He said he would never hurt his wife and son, and he keeps saying I would never hurt my wife and son, and Alec's going to go through all the other people he said he would never hurt that he hurt. All hurt in a different
Okay.
way, but he's going to argue that.
Well, let's keep
Alec
going.
looks mad. And Creighton knows he's
You
mad.
made those calls
Pick your questions carefully, Creighton.
to Maggie in that 4-minute period. you had just seen them a few minutes ago, when you say you went down there and came right back, why didn't you just take that quick little left 1,100 yards away and stop by? See why they didn't answer the call. You're obviously wanting to get in touch with them. Why didn't you go down to the kennels that were so close by?
There was no reason to. I mean,
Making multiple missed calls to Maggie, and she's so close. And there's a driveway right there. Why do you not just go down there and say, hey, guys, I'm heading over there?
it wasn't important to do that. Me making those phone calls is simply me letting, I believe I called Maggie and I believe I called Paul. But that's simply me just letting them know that I'm leaving for a minute, I'll be back. The fact that they don't answer is not unusual at all. Now, it is odd, it is unusual that they never call me back. But at that moment, the fact that there's a missed call, when I know they're on the property, I mean, that doesn't even register at all. That's perfectly normal to try to call somebody who's on the property and not be able to get them. And as far as not going down there, there was no sense of urgency. Maggie was with Paul. You know, she should be as safe as she could be.
Yeah, she should.
Comments, Creighton. That wouldn't fly in a lot of jurisdictions. He makes a
Did you talk
lot
with
of
Maggie
comments
about
before he
going
asks a
to
question.
Alameda when you were at the kennels?
No, I don't believe I did.
Did you talk with Maggie about going to Alameda during supper?
I know that we had talked about it. I had talked, I don't believe we talked about it at supper, but we may have. I know that I had talked about that I was going to go over there. And then I decided that I wasn't going to go over there.
So what was your conversation at supper? Tell me specifically, if you could, please.
I
About
can't,
going to Alameda.
I can't tell you that we specifically talked about it. The only thing that I can tell you we specifically talked about at supper was Paw Paw.
All right. And what was the
But
conversation?
wasn't he there?
Maggie was just concerned. Paul had been having, for a young person, Paul had been having high blood pressure. And he's
Oh my
very
God.
resistant to
The
go to
Barty
doctor.
Crouch Jr. tongue
And,
action is going to make me
It's been
insane.
going on for a little while,
I can't.
but lately Paul's feet had swollen. And for a 22-year-old to having swollen feet concerned both of us. And it particularly concerned Maggie. And we talked about that.
Okay. Did y'all talk about Mr. Randolph at all?
I'm sure we did.
Do you remember that group text coming in about whether or not anybody was going to go see Mr. Randolph at the hospital the next day?
Do I remember it coming in?
Yeah.
I don't remember it coming in,
Because
but
you didn't read it till the next day. But
I've seen the data.
why didn't you? Did you ever text the group and say you were going to Alameda at all?
No,
Did you and Maggie ever specifically discuss her going along with you to Alameda?
I don't believe that we did. I know that there was a point in time where I said Maggie might go, but it's highly unusual for Maggie to go and visit just my mom. That whole situation, it just made Maggie sad, and she didn't like to go. So
You
I don't believe that we did, but I do acknowledge that at some point I said she might go for some reason.
You told law enforcement on multiple occasions that, first of all, Maggie was planning to stay at Edisto the night of June 7th, correct?
I did say that.
There it is.
And you also said that you came to find out that she came home of her own accord, correct? You told that to law enforcement. Is that true?
She did come home of her own accord.
That she decided on her own to come home because she was worried about you. Isn't that what you said?
I did say that, and I believe that to be the case.
All right, but since we,
You asked her.
despite what you told law enforcement, we've since seen the texts that you actually called her and asked her to come home on the night of June 7th.
No, sir, that's not correct.
That's not correct?
No, sir, that's absolutely not
All
correct.
right, so you heard your sister-in-law Marion testify to just that fact of a conversation she had with Maggie, but you're
Creighton.
saying that's not true?
I don't believe that's what Marion said.
And your
Why
defense put
argue on
in this
this
exhibit,
point?
Exhibit 107,
That's
where
what
Maggie
she
texted
said.
Blanca and said, Alec wants me to come home.
I've seen that, I agree with that.
Is that it
What?
on the screen? Oh, I've got the wrong end right here. I'll just hold it up.
We're gonna end up with a closing
You seen this
argument
text?
like
I
in
have
Deputy
seen
Heard.
that. Mr. Waters, the
Blanca's
only
lying,
dispute I
sister's
have with
lying.
what you're saying is you're saying that I called Maggie and
And I didn't, I
wanted
texted
to
her?
come home. I always wanted Maggie to come home, and I would have talked to Maggie about coming home before she ever left to go to Charleston and to Edisto. And I can tell you this, and I didn't realize this at the time,
I always
but I
wanted Maggie to
realize
come
it
home.
now, that Maggie was already undecided. Now, I didn't know this, but Maggie was already undecided about staying at Edisto. I can promise you that, because
How?
Bubba and Grady were in their kennels, as y'all well know, that night.
There was construction.
If, that day, if Maggie was certain that she was spending the night at Edisto, at a minimum, Bubba would have been with her, and probably both dogs would have been with her. It was very unusual for her to spend the night anywhere without one of us or those dogs. So
you're
that
saying-
tells me that when she left that morning, she was already seriously thinking about coming back.
And done what
So
with
you're
them?
saying that
Left
you
them in
never
the
called
car
her
while
and
she
had a
was at the
conversation
doctor?
that day,
Left them in
asking
the
her to
car
come
while she
home?
was getting a manicure?
On the night of June 7th, 2021.
Maggie and I had a couple of phone conversations that day. What I'm telling you is that before she left, no, I don't believe we had a phone call about that. We may have discussed it during the phone call, but I didn't make a phone call to her to ask her to come home. I had already told her I wanted her to come home. I always wanted her to come home. You heard Marion say that too, that I always wanted Maggie with me.
Maggie thought enough of it to talk about it with Marion, didn't she?
Yep.
The fact that I wanted her to come home?
Obviously.
Well, sure. I mean, that's what Marion said.
So you're denying that
Victoria
you
in the
called
chat
Maggie
said, but
specifically
left
asked
the
her
doors
to
at
come home.
Edisto unlocked. Yep.
I didn't make a phone call to Maggie to ask her to come home that night. I asked Maggie to come home long before she ever left. And I probably asked her again each time I talked to her, but I didn't make the phone call specifically for that, as
He's
you're saying.
arguing the point of the phone call was not to get her to come back because he thinks Creighton's going to argue that Maggie was lured to Edisto. So he's trying to argue the point of the phone call was not to ask Maggie to come back.
And
It
to
was
be
a
clear,
part
I'm
of a phone
certain
call.
that if Maggie
Okay.
was certain that she was spending the night, Bubba would have been with her, and probably Grady.
All right.
He's very agitated about this. And I don't know if it's frustration over the phone call.
Though, that you found out after the fact that Maggie wanted to come home because she was concerned about you? Why'd you phrase it that way if what you're saying to the jury now was accurate? Why would you phrase it that way?
Because I believe that to be the case.
That you found out afterwards, but now you're saying you knew.
No, I'm saying I found out afterwards why she came home, Mr. Waters.
Okay.
And she came home because she was worried about me. So I'm going to be clear about that. I did not learn that until, I think, the day after she got killed.
But you're saying that you found out that after the fact, but you're telling this jury that you knew the things that you just said about her wanting to come home. And you were unaware of what Marion would say at that point either.
No, I'm saying at that time, I had not thought about Bubba and Grady. Since that time, I've thought about that. I'm certain of that. At the time, I thought Maggie was staying at Edisto. All right? She was going to Edisto to meet the people, to do the work. Maggie loved to stay at Edisto. There's no doubt about that. It would not be unusual at all for her to stay at Edisto. But just like every other time, I had already asked her, please come back, come back. Always wanted her to stay with me. Always. But I did not learn about, and Maggie even texted me, I'll see you in a few hours. But I did not know why she decided to come back until later, is what I'm saying.
Y'all, is our
And I
friend
learned it
Hogue
from
in the
Blanca.
chat? Hello, Hogue.
Blanca actually showed me the text that she sent her, talking about being worried about me.
You would agree with me that you sent a text to Maggie at 9:08:58 while in motion in the Suburban, as reflected by the data?
I do.
If they start yelling at him about texting and driving, I'm going to lose my mind.
Which was because I couldn't reach them by the telephone, and I wanted them to know where I was,
Okay.
which is what we do.
And you got to Alameda around 9:22?
Only when he seems annoyed.
I believe that's correct.
I can go down to it.
No, I don't have any reason to dispute that.
I don't have any reason to dispute that. So only when he has a reason to dispute it does he dispute it. I don't have a reason to dispute that. I find to be very telling.
Made some more phone calls along the way?
I did make more phone calls along the way while I was riding.
Called Chris Wilson?
I did call Chris Wilson.
I feel attacked. I make a lot of phone calls when I'm in the car.
Had a short conversation with him? Is that right?
I did have a conversation for however long the record show,
About 131 seconds, that sound about right?
if that's what the record show, 2 minutes.
Called your brother, John Marvin, for about 106 seconds, including connection time. Does that sound about right?
That does sound about right.
Arrived at 9:22. Does that sound about right?
It does.
And again, they're just solidifying the timeline. Because it boxes in what they can argue about. Okay, he agrees to the timeline.
And then at 9:24, you call, that's the landline at Alameda, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you went inside, is that right?
Yeah, that's
Talked to Miss
right.
Shelley.
That's right. I called the house phone to get Shelley to let me in.
And when you were asked by law enforcement how long you were at your mother's house, you said 45 minutes to an hour. Isn't that correct?
I think I said a couple of different things, but I think at one time I did say that. But, you know, routinely through these things, I kept saying, you know, when you get this data, you'll see exactly. When you look at my phone, you'll see exactly. When you do, you know, so, you know, me giving the times was always given with the thought that, okay, that there's OnStar out there, there's whatever.
But when you had a conversation with Miss Shelley after the fact, you actually asked her to say that you were there longer than 20 minutes.
Ah, we've gotten to this. Good.
You know, I heard Shelley's testimony. I believe Shelley to be a good person.
Oh,
I wasn't trying to influence Shelley on any particular length of time because at the beginning of this, I believed that data would show what data would show. And for me to tell her to say something when my own star is going to show something different just doesn't make any sense. So, you know, I can't answer that. What my recollection is that I told Shelley that law enforcement would be talking to her. We may have discussed how long I was there. At that point in time, if I thought I was there 45 minutes, I may have said I was here 45 minutes, but, you know, I can't tell you.
All right. And that's the same thing that Blanca testified to, that you talked to her about the clothes that you were wearing and made her uncomfortable, correct?
You know, I heard Blanca's testimony.
Ask that question again?
It's similar to your conversation with Blanca that she testified about when you
pen's
talked to
running out of
her
ink.
about the clothes that you were supposedly wearing. And it
What's,
made her feel uncomfortable. Do you remember that testimony, sir?
what's similar to that?
Well, that you're talking to both of these individuals about their testimony in a manner that's inconsistent with what they know.
No, I don't think your assertion is accurate. You have to understand this. On August the
Understand this?
11th, when I went to meet with David Owens, and in
He's just letting him
that,
answer.
David Owens asked me about, he showed me that Snapchat and asked me about clothes that I had on. And
Alec answered this very clearly yesterday. I wonder if he's going to
shortly
try to
after that,
argue it
the next
again.
time I was with
Because he
Blanca,
argued this yesterday to the jury.
I asked Blanca about those clothes because David Owens had asked me about them and was made an issue about it. And so I checked with Blanca to see what I specifically asked Blanca, and it was an issue to me. So I got Blanca and I said, I need you to sit down and talk with me about this. This is important. Do you remember my clothes when you came to Moselle that day? And she remembered exactly what she testified to. She remembered that my pants were there. She wasn't sure if the shirt was there. At that time, I think she actually thought the shirt was there, but she was clear that she wasn't sure about that. No, she wasn't unsure, but she didn't remember, but assumed that it was. So that was the conversation and why I was asking Blanca.
Boy, again, you're very specific about your memories of that conversation. Is that correct, Mr. Murdaugh?
You dang right I'm consistent about that, because a very short time before that, David Owens is asking me questions and telling me I'm a suspect in the murder of my wife and my child and asking me about my clothes. You dang right it was important.
It was important, right.
And you dang right I remember why I went to her and for what reason.
Because the only thing you're concerned about is yourself. You're not concerned about giving accurate information to law enforcement, correct? What's the reason for that, Mr. Murdaugh? Why don't you want to give accurate information to law enforcement? Why do you want to talk to these women who both
One
were employed by
question.
you or your family and try to
One
influence
question.
what they are going to say?
I did want to give law enforcement accurate information. I told a lie about being down there, and I got myself wed to that. But I wanted to give them as much. I knew that I hadn't done this, and I wanted to give them as much accurate information as I could.
Hadn't.
But the reason I went to Blanca is specifically because David Owens talking to me on August the 11th.
David Owens' fault.
Okay. You can see that you're underway about 9:42.
Y'all,
Heading
we're
back.
just like 40 subs away from $6.99. Thank you. If you're
9:42
just
to
finding the
9:43.
channel,
I do.
I cover law things. So, Amber Queen, I think him getting testy goes both ways. If the juror thinks he doesn't do it, of course he's fucking pissed that he's being accused of murdering his wife and kid. And if the jury thinks he did do it, then then they know he's fucking pissed because he's being confronted with trying to shift the testimony of those whose testimony he tried to shift because it didn't work. Like everything in this case, I can see it both ways. I can. It's just,
Turned on Moselle about 10:01.
And that's what it is.
Turned into Moselle at 10:01.
Yeah,
Um,
sorry.
it looks to me like I turned into Moselle at 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock on the dot.
He's definitely not
sir.
crying. They're going to ask him about getting and seeing the bodies. If he starts to cry again,
At the house at 10:05.
what I noticed yesterday, his head was moving, but his shoulders
sir.
and his chest weren't moving when he was crying. He looked like he was sobbing. He had all the face water.
And then that's when
But
he went back
his-
to the kennels.
only his head
after
was
he came back
reacting,
from
not the rest
Alameda,
of his
correct?
body, which I found interesting. He's a big man.
I went to the kennels after I
If
went
he's
to the
shuddering,
house.
you would see it.
I went from Alameda to the house, to the kennels.
I'm going to answer this at the break.
And we got to the scene. You got out of the car, according to what you told law enforcement repeatedly, and went and checked the bodies, correct? Before you called 911, is that correct?
No, sir, that's not correct.
You're saying you didn't say that to law enforcement?
I don't know what I said to law enforcement, Mr. Waters, but I can tell you this.
I can tell
I
you
pulled
this.
up, and I saw Mags and Paw Paw. I jumped out of that car. I know that I went back to my car, and I called 911 as quickly as I could. That point in time, when I got on the phone, then is when I went to them and did the things that I did. So,
But you were
what
very-
you're saying is not accurate.
You're saying that you didn't say very specifically to law enforcement that you went to them prior to calling 911?
When?
After you got out of the car,
You said it.
you told law enforcement repeatedly that you went over and checked the bodies before you called 911.
No, I don't. If I did say that, I don't believe that's accurate. Did I check Maggie and Paul before I called 911?
Correct.
No, sir. That's not accurate. At least that's not what I remember.
That's not what you remember saying, or that's not what you say now happened?
That's not what he remembers
No,
doing.
that's not what I believe happened.
Okay, but you don't deny that's what you said.
He's said what he said. It's on
Did
the
I
tape.
said, did I check Maggie and Paul before I called 911?
Correct.
I don't believe that's what I said.
Please don't play the 911 tape again. He said, I've been up to it now. It's bad. She said, don't touch them. And he said, I've checked their pulse. But I don't remember if he said,
Now,
I
know
checked their pulse
checked them,
before.
But I don't believe I checked them before I called 911.
I don't know if this is
Because I,
hugely meaningful.
pretty
He said
well
he checked
remember-
them. He said he checked them.
vividly,
I don't know if he said when.
When I checked Paw Paw, I was already on the phone with 911.
How did you think you were going to turn him over with the phone in your hand? And the phone popping out. You never say on the phone, his phone popped out. You're not responding to 911 in real time to the things you're doing, though.
Looking at this data,
And a lot of people do. During the 911 call, they tell you what they're seeing, hearing, thinking, feeling, doing. It's like a stream of consciousness. He said he turned Paul over, not I'm trying to turn him
the
over.
vehicle parking at 10:05 and 55 seconds.
We are 2 subs away from binging. Thank you all.
10:05:57. The Suburban arrives at the kennels. You agree with that?
Are you going to be the person that makes it bing? Because we are 2 away.
sorry, say that again, Mr. Waters?
1 away.
10:05:57. It shows the Suburban arriving at the kennels.
Thank you. Whoever just clicked it over to $6.99, you'll see it on the front end in a minute.
Okay.
Thanks all.
The 911 call was at 10:06:14,
Okay.
just about 20 seconds later. You agree with that?
We have no evidence that Maggie asked for a divorce.
I think that sounds right. Yes, sir. I mean, that makes sense. But that goes back to what I'm saying is I pulled up.
The logo.
I saw them, and I know I jumped out of my car. But I believe that before I checked them, in fact, I'm almost certain that then I went back and I got that's when I went and got my phone and I called 911.
Okay.
And then, after I called 911, there was a little while where there wasn't, I don't think there was anything going on. And I believe that is the time period that I went and checked on them.
Delta Girl, subscribing is free. You just have to hit the subscribe button on the channel.
What you're saying here today.
You do
now
not
that
have
we
to be a
the
member.
data, That's not exactly
That is
how
a
you
whole other
expressed it
thing,
to
but
law
you can
enforcement
subscribe.
In your prior statements.
It's
Is
free.
that correct?
No, sir, I disagree with that. I totally disagree with that, Mr. Waters.
Oh,
Will you point to what you're talking about?
all right, here we are. Now we're going to get into the semantics of the 911 call again. And the reason it matters is because of the timeline. Earlier I said I don't know how much it matters. I reversed my own statement. Here's why it matters. It matters because 17 seconds. The state is going to argue the reason he called 911 so fast, processed this so fast, is because he knew what he was going to find. I'm still not sure he didn't think Rogan Gibson was gonna come over and find them, but that's beside the point. He comes over and in 17 seconds gets out of the car, checks them, gets back into the car and calls. So they're arguing that they're going to argue it's too fast for him to process all of that, check everybody, and call 911. That's why it matters. But I don't know why they're arguing with him. That's why they're arguing. Sorry. That's why they're arguing with him whether he checked the bodies before or after. Because now what he's saying is he didn't run up and check them. He saw what was happening and then called 911. So Alex's testimony is condensing the timeline. But 17 seconds, they're arguing, is too fast. Hopefully that made sense the way I explained it. That's why they're fighting over this. Because Alec distanced from checking them before. And then there was, that's right, he tried to call 911 first.
I do. When I left the house, I watched.
12:57.
Yep, so the first time he called
All right,
911.
Mr. Murdaugh, state your full name for me, please.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
And spell your last name so we get correct.
M-U-R-D-A-U-G-H.
I think it's a very real trauma response.
All right.
But I
And
also
you go
know
by
that
Alec,
Yes, sir.
that doesn't mean he didn't do it, but that doesn't mean that he did.
and date of birth, Mr. Murdaugh.
May 27th.
I'm going to switch feeds
1968.
to see if we can get some better audio.
And good phone number.
This is always overpeaked. We've heard this. There we go.
942-1227.
Oh, that's so much better. We've heard this multiple times.
And sir, what was your name?
Yeah, Danny.
Ah! User error.
I understand, so you don't have any problem with it.
So,
He does that every single time.
Just
I understand.
start
I
the clock,
understand.
take
I
your
understand.
Like when I came back here, I mean, I pulled up and I could see him, and, you know, I knew something was bad. I ran out. I knew it was really bad. And my boy over there, I could see
Thank
it
you.
was. And I could see his brain.
Oh, he does. He rubs his fingers together. Interesting.
and I ran over to Maggie. And actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. You know, I tried to turn him over, and I don't know, I figured it out. His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I started to try to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly.
Thinking maybe what?
Then I went to my wife, and I could see.
This is all before 911. This is all before he calls 911. All of it.
Did you touch Maggie at all?
I did. I touched them both.
Okay.
I tried to I tried to do it as limited as possible, but I tried to take their pulse on both of them. And, you know, I called 911 pretty much right away, and she was very good.
So that's all the stuff he did before 911. Pen is out of ink.
I talked to her. I told her I was going to get off the phone to call some family members. I did that.
What family members did you call him?
I called my brother Randy, and I called my brother John.
Yep, his phone should have blood on it, or it should have
And
been
I
wiped
tried to
somewhere
call a little boy, real good friend that's right around the corner from here, but I didn't.
because
get
of his
him.
fingertips. He said he had blood on his fingertips, and he called 911 immediately. There was no blood on his phone.
The person you didn't name, that was Rogan, the little boy right around the corner. Is that who you're talking about?
That's correct. But going back to your question,
I need more of these. I need more
mean,
pilot
that's-
pens.
that's the
I
way
like
I
the clicky
remember
ones.
it, what I said right there. And you know, your question about did I do these things before I called 911?
Yeah, because now we know.
That's not what I said then, and that's not what I remember now.
Because now we know.
You're saying now that you went out, you checked, you came back, got your phone, and that's when you called 911?
I'm not saying that now, Mr. Woods. I am saying that now, but to me, that's what I said then. I told her, I called 911 right away. There was no time to do the things that I'm talking about doing in the time
That is his
between
point.
getting there and
That is his point. That's his
calling
point.
911.
That's
You
his
talked
point.
about calling Rogan.
There's no time
and
to
you
do
said
them
that he
things.
lives right around the corner, correct?
That's correct.
But Rogan wasn't staying there at the time. That's the whole reason that Cash was at your kennel, right? You knew that.
Well, Rogan was staying in Beaufort a lot, but he was home a lot too. I didn't know where Rogan was on a daily basis.
About keeping his dog Cash at the kennels when he was staying with his girlfriend and working down in Beaufort?
Yes, he had asked me that. But I mean, that had been some time before. I didn't know. You're making a big deal about this, Mr. Waters, but that particular night,
It's a murder trial. He makes
I
a big
didn't
deal out of a
have
lot of stuff.
clue where Rogan was staying or not staying. I was trying to find somebody to come out there with me. I'd called Randy, I'd called John,
And they answered.
and Rogan was the next best alternative.
Okay.
And Rogan
Wow.
is so close. I mean, Rogan, of all these kids that you've heard, Rogan, Gibson, I mean, Roro is like a Rogan. You prefer when I call him Rogan, is truly like a son to Maggie and I. And he was such a good friend to Buster, and he was such a good friend to Paul.
Why
And
put that on a
You've been
kid?
through everything I have. You'll see that 2 weeks or 3 weeks prior to this, I ran out of gas when Bus and Paw weren't home. And Rogan's the person that I called to bring me gas.
Nobody's disputing any that Rogan would have helped you. Let me keep playing
Was
this.
around Paul when you walked up?
Blood.
Anything else?
I mean, there were some body things, yes, sir.
I mean, like any other evidence? I know you said the phone fell out of the pocket, but did you see anything else that didn't belong or shouldn't belong or that wasn't part of Paul?
No, sir, not, no, not, no, sir.
How about Maggie?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything around them? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a
I'll
late
talk about
stage
that at the
Alzheimer's
break.
patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie. Maggie's a dog lover. And she fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house.
So when I said, why put that on a kid, I would not, I still see my kids' friends as kids, and I think I
You
will till
testified
they're
that
40.
in the wake of this, you didn't know what
But
you
why
said to
call
law
Rogan there when
enforcement about
Paul
what you
has been
just said?
murdered? It's just.
No, I mean, I know a lot of what I said to law enforcement, but there's a lot of things in looking back at this video for one, the 911 call for one. I mean, there's a lot of things that I didn't remember.
Okay.
I think
But
that's
right then and
also
there,
fair.
just not long into this interview, you made a conscious decision to lie right there.
Play that again?
You said, I was at the house.
Play that again or say that again?
And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house. I left the house.
Play.
You want me to back it up some more?
Yep.
Yeah, we can keep listening to it.
Anything around them? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie. Maggie's a dog lover. And she fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house.
You want to hear it again?
No, sir, but I don't
So you
think,
made a conscious decision to lie right there, this early into an interview, sitting in the front seat, correct?
I don't believe so.
You didn't make a conscious decision to lie?
I don't believe that was lying at that point.
Okay.
What?
Tell me why not.
I don't believe that was lying at that point. At what point did you think it
Because
was
Maggie
lying?
had gone to the kennels and I was at the house.
Okay. So you think you were that was not a lie at that point?
I don't believe so at that
At
point.
what point did you decide to lie?
I'm not sure, but it was in that,
It was in this interview?
I believe that it was.
Okay, was this interview where you're sitting in the front seat, correct?
It is.
You're not in custody, correct?
I'm not in custody.
They're giving you water, letting you chew tobacco, treating you politely, correct?
They were treating me very politely.
So what was it that clicked? So you said it's in this interview that it clicked that I'm gonna lie about the most important fact that I know?
I'm not sure exactly when in it that I decided to lie, but I believe it was during this interview. I believe all those things that I talked about, those things that had gone on, the things that people had said to me about don't talk to anybody without a lawyer. Partners all told me that, or a lot of my partners told me that. My dear friend, Chief Alexander, was one that said that. I overheard.
Chief
I believe it
Alexander
was
said,
Sheriff
"Don't talk to
Hill,
law
I'm not
enforcement without a
positive. I
lawyer.
overheard
Wait."
him tell, I believe Mark Ball or Gray Holmes, don't let him talk to anybody without a lawyer.
His friend, the police chief, said, "Don't talk to anybody without a lawyer." Is that what he just said? Is that what he just said?
And what I believe is that based on my distrust of SLED
Interesting.
and getting in that interview, and I'm not positive about this, but I believe when he asked me, about my relationship with my wife and my son, I believe that's when I decided to lie.
You
But I'm
also
not
left
positive.
out when you had the GSR too, because that's what you testified to yesterday.
That certainly contributed.
And your dope paranoia too, you said that as well, correct?
Well, those things are what triggered the paranoia that started as my addiction evolved.
Right. And so your an experienced lawyer and you've been a prosecutor and you took the advice of your law partners that you should have a lawyer there, as you read that as, oh, I should lie.
No, that's not an accurate.
Because that's not what
statement.
that means, is it, Mr. Murdaugh?
Well, that's not an accurate statement, what you just said, Mr. Waters.
I just repeated
What you said.
what you just said. You said it was one of the factors was your law partners, and now you're blaming Sheriff Hill and Greg Alexander told you that
Yes,
you needed
sir.
a lawyer before you talked to police, and you took that somehow as meaning I need to lie?
No.
As a lawyer and a prosecutor?
No, that's what you said, Mr. Waters, but
Then how am I mischaracterizing it from your perspective, Mr. Murdaugh? Because I think isn't that
Oh
what
my
you
God,
heard?
let him answer,
Isn't that
Creighton.
what you just said? Excuse me.
no, sir, that's not what I said.
All right,
So,
well, say it again.
I believe those guys were trying to help me. I believe they cared about me. I believe they thought that I was in a condition such that I shouldn't talk to anybody.
Fair. He was
those guys
traumatized.
had to prop me up, help me get myself together just to be able to go talk to David Owens. They were trying to help me, but before that, that was just one of the many things that I believe led to that situation sitting in there where those paranoid thoughts came to me. Them talking about not talking to anybody without a lawyer, Brian Murdaugh checking my hands, the fact that I got a pocket full of pills in my
Where?
pocket.
Where'd you put them then?
I was the person who found
They weren't in your shorts.
Maggie and Paul.
Did you hide the pills before you gave your clothes to law enforcement?
My distrust for SLED, all of those factors combined and made me decide to lie. I also know him asking me about Maggie and Paw contributed to that paranoia. All I'm saying is, I'm not disputing that I lied. I'm just saying at this point,
Where'd you hide the pills?
you're saying I made a conscious decision to lie here, and I'm saying I don't think I made a conscious decision right there.
Okay, so it's later.
I believe so.
Had you already had your GSR done at this point?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I had.
And you'd already talked to your law partners and and heard Sheriff Hill, now you're blaming him and
I'm not-
blaming
no.
Chief Alexander now
Ask
as
him
well.
where he put the
for your
pills.
lies.
No, sir, Mr. Waters.
You just added that one. You didn't say that yesterday. You just added that one.
Be given an opportunity to answer the question.
Today on the fly?
Objection.
You can finish your last answer.
Please ask him.
Mr. Waters, I'm not blaming anybody. I accept full responsibility for what I did. What I'm saying is what I believe contributed to me doing that and the reason why I did that. I think those folks were trying to help me, so I don't blame them.
If he had a pocket full of pills when they were interviewing him,
I think they were worried about me.
those are the clothes that they
I
took.
don't dispute that,
The
but you're
pills
saying you
weren't in the
took that
clothes.
advice as I
Where
need
did
to
he
lie.
put them and how did law
Nah,
enforcement?
what you're doing
not
is
see
you're
him hide them?
isolating one single
I'm not
thing.
isolating
That's
anything. I mentioned all the
cross-examination.
factors. You've added some new ones, but I mentioned all the factors that you're blaming for
No,
your
sir.
decision to lie.
That's not what you did. What you asked me is you said, I took my partners telling me not to talk to somebody without a lawyer as a reason to lie. And that's an inaccurate statement. That was one of the factors that went into a series,
decision to lie.
hang on, Mr. Waters, a series of events, all right, that caused me to have paranoid thinking, all right, and then I lied.
Where'd you hide the pills when
But
you
at
gave
some
your
point, it
clothes to law
happened during
enforcement?
this interview that you crossed over. You're saying that you came into this interview intending to be fully disclosing to everything, and something happened in this interview that sent you over the edge, and you said, hey, let me lie about the last time I saw my wife and child alive, supposedly, according to me.
I certainly didn't go into that interview, I believe, intending to lie. Mr.
Okay.
Waters, I wasn't capable at that point in time of planning anything or thinking through anything.
So somehow during this interview, all of a sudden, those senses came to you to plan and do that.
Oh, good question.
When I got to thinking in that paranoid way, that normally, as I said, I mean, I could take a deep breath
He's
and make
trying-
it go away.
He's trying to
I
explain to the
never
jury.
had a situation where it lasted more than a matter of seconds. That night,
I wish that worked with anxiety.
after all those things had happened,
Does a deep breath work for y'all? Is that what happens? You just take a breath and it goes away?
it didn't go away in a matter of seconds. And I decided to lie.
Those are the clothes that you ultimately gave to Dave Owen, is that
So he was
right?
paranoid because he didn't trust
Those are
Sled,
the
not
clothes I
because he
gave
had something to
David
hide.
Owens.
At what point did you be able to chuck the pills you say are in your pocket? When did you do that?
When I was in my bedroom,
When you're in the bedroom?
yes, sir.
Where'd you put them?
I'm not sure where I put them, but ultimately they would have gone in my suitcase.
So you,
Did
that's when
Buster
you
put
did
'em
it?
there?
Do you have a specific recollection of that?
No, I don't. I
Did
just know
Buster-
that I took them out of my pocket.
If we watch this whole video.
Buster
you
packed
think
your
you could-
suitcase.
If we watch the whole thing, you think you can say, okay, that's the moment where my senses came to me and I decided I was gonna tell this major lie?
I don't know that it happened like that, but, I mean, I may be able to tell you some things that contributed to it. We
Don't
watched the
remember
whole
where you hid the
thing.
pills?
Heard that.
If you were that paranoid that you had pills in your pocket, you don't remember what you did with them when law enforcement was watching you change? They gave him a little privacy, but they didn't see it? His testimony is not helping him this afternoon for me.
I just wanna be clear though,
I'm gonna ask y'all if you think his testimony is helping him or not.
at least on this one, at some point during this interview, when you were able to plan your lie about this event. And you made that decision. But
Obviously,
it wasn't what we just played. It wasn't yet. It was some point after that.
I don't think that's a lie right there. Is
See,
the reason why I don't think that
I don't
it's
think
occurred
that's a
before
lie.
this, because
He
what
is
I'm
able to
saying
parse
there,
things very neatly to not see them as a lie.
I believe to be
Creighton.
truthful.
That's what he's been doing his whole life.
I know this. I know for a fact that when David Owens asked me about my relationship with my wife and my child, I know that that played a role in that.
It's David Owens' fault.
And I believe that, and I may be wrong, but I believe that this was before that.
You ever heard the expression, not telling the whole truth is the same as telling the lie?
Sure I have.
He says he lies by omission.
That's something you understood as a lawyer and a prosecutor?
He said earlier today.
Yes.
He commonly lied by omission. He said that was his preferred method of lying. He parses words very finely.
All right.
And that's part of all this. This is Alec trying to parse words to stay in control, and Creighton leading into it to show the jury how he's parsing words to try and stay in control. But it feels half the time like a shit show. But they're trying to let the jury see him be
State your full
cunning
name for me, please.
and manipulative.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
So they want the jury to see that side of him.
And spell your last name so I get it correct.
Murdaugh.
All right. And you go by Alec,
Yes, sir.
and date of birth, Mr. Murdaugh.
May 27th, 1968,
And a good phone number for you.
803-942-1227.
All right. And sir, what was your name?
Yeah, Danny Henderson.
Okay.
That's Danny Henderson in the back seat.
All right. As I stated, I'm David Owen in Lower Rutland with Colleton County. I'm with SLED. I hate to have to do this.
I
but-
understand.
yeah,
I totally
yeah,
understand.
yeah.
So you don't have any problem
Yeah.
with it.
So,
I don't think they did a psych for him, and if they did, it won't be in evidence.
You hadn't decided to lie right there, correct?
I don't believe so.
You told David Owen that you understood.
I think he
that
started
had to
lying
ask
on the
questions
911
and
call.
you do what you need to do, correct?
That is what I told him.
Ron, this might be a good time for a break.
Lunch.
Clock. Ladies and gentlemen, addressing the jury. We'll break till 2:15.
The judge is
We'll
sick
go to the jury room.
of the
Please do
audience
not
today.
discuss the case.
It's a very full courtroom today, and the judge is tired of the disruptions when the jury is coming in and out. You could hear him snapping about it earlier, but of course it's a very full
Coming, I saw both lawyers looking at their watches. Just want to touch on really quick the two.
Nope. Let's wait and see what the judge says when everybody leaves. Did you see the ID he has on his lap? I didn't. I need to go back and look. Does he have his badge ID case on his lap?
Mr. Murdaugh, you may step down. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone during lunch.
Including his lawyers.
And Mr. Griffin, will address whatever matter you want to place on the record when we return. Yes, sir.
Lunch till when?
All right.
Oh.
1 second before everybody moves. So I guess everyone can be seated.
Okay. They're going to have to,
Yes, sir.
they might be dealing with the situation. But also, they need to remind the audience what they need to do. Because the audience, interesting. Well, we'll see what happens. All right. He said till 2:15. Thanks, chat. Thanks, everybody. So I'll be back at 1:10 Central, 2:10 Eastern. So we'll take a break for lunch. I want to see what's happening in this court, though, so we're going to just stay right here. I'm going to answer some questions while we stay right here. We did bing. I owe you a bing. We will bing. We're at 699,000, chat. Thank you. So he wasn't worried about giving the best information to the cops to solve his wife and son's murder. He was so worried about the pill. Seems that way. I want to know what the sheriff has to say to the court staff. We're not going to hear that. I got a pocket full of pills. Whoa. Kim said, I don't see what his motive is for these murders. Your thoughts? Something is going on. My thoughts. I'm trying to figure out what's going on in court. My brain has kind of stopped. I think there's a lot of circumstances that could be. I think the prosecution argued the financial motive, and that has shifted. And I want to see what shifts.
We'll be in recess to 1:15.
1:15. 2:15. 2:15. He held up the two. He held up the two fingers. I think Alec.
Exhausted.
I think Alec testifying gave the prosecution the space to change their assessment of what his motive is. Remember, motive is not a part of this case that they have to prove. Motive they get to prove. Motive they get an opportunity to argue, but it is not an element of the offense. And I'm interested to see how they shift their tactics, because the financial motive, truly, like the world is collapsing, so he murdered his wife and son so that everything would pause, is an odd motive. And it doesn't make a ton of sense. So we'll see what the story the prosecution gives after this is. But if he hadn't testified, the prosecution changing their theory mid-case just goes to the defense's argument that he doesn't, or that they just don't know. They don't know. They're stabbing in the dark, if it were. They're just trying to grasp at straws. They're trying to find something to make it look like he did it. And now that he's testified, they have a much stronger argument to just argue all of his lies, to argue all of the misleading, to argue his paranoia, to argue that his family had uncovered his pill addiction. There's a lot more room for the state to argue than there was before he testified. Let's swoop a doop and do a quick summary. I don't even know if I can summarize all of that, but we'll try. We are done with the morning of day 24 of the Alec Murdaugh murder trial. We are still in the cross-examination cross-examination of Alec Murdaugh with Creighton Waters. Creighton has gone through the timeline and kind of jumped around. And now we're going through the first interview where Creighton, I think maybe too much, is trying to pin Alec down to when did you decide to lie? And I don't think for someone who's been lying that long, he even knows when he decided to lie. I really don't. I really don't think he knows. And I think I think Creighton thinks he's going to get more from this defendant than he's going to get. Ask the question, when did you decide to lie? I don't know. Is that because you lie so frequently? And then let it go and move on. Make the points and move on. Creighton does not make one point and then move on. He tries and tries and tries to get answers out of this defendant who is parsing words with him and is not going to answer the way he wants to answer. He's going to continue to mince words. And maybe Creighton is trying to show the jury that he can be cunning and that he can lie. But this jury already fucking knows that. They had days and days and days of, because Alex stole it, because Alex stole it. They know he lies. The jury doesn't need to be convinced that he lies. Stop. Simple, direct questions. Pin him down on the timeline. I don't dispute that. Oh, so you only dispute the things that you think will help. Move on. And then move on. Simple answers that move forward. The answers that I think were powerful for the state's case, and of course we're going to talk about the state's case, they're the ones on cross, was A, his friend, the chief of police, told him to have a lawyer with him, which was interesting. He's like, my friends were trying to help me. So your friends that are law enforcement on the scene were trying to help you. And you still didn't trust SLED and you still think it's a rush to judgment. It goes against what the defense is arguing, that this was a rush to judgment. It was such a rush to judgment that even the police were like, don't forget to have a lawyer with you. You're not in any condition to talk to the police. Make sure you've got somebody with you. He also said that nobody else was up at the kennels. During the time he was up at the kennels, there was nothing for the dogs to perceive. There was no one else there. And I think Creighton did a good job, if the jury even remembers it. I think Creighton did a good job of narrowing down the timeline in two places that will be critical for the prosecution, if the jury believes their side. Critical for the prosecution. One, so from the time we hear your voice on the kennel video trying to get a chicken out of Bubba's mouth, because this whole trial comes down to Bubba, trying to get a chicken out of Bubba's mouth, from then to getting in the golf cart and getting back to the house, how much time passed? What did you do in that time? Because again, we're getting to that. And to make your story plausible, because your curls are still intact, you would have had to find my client with a gun in her hand to make your story plausible. Wouldn't you, Chutney? That's where that timeline goes. That timeline goes directly to, but if it took you this long and the state is arguing that the phone's locked at 8:49, so from 8:44 to 8:49, how did you get the chicken from Bubba? Did you put Bubba back in the pen? No, you didn't put Bubba back in the pen. Who put the dogs back in the pen in 4 minutes before they were murdered? The dogs aren't running around when the police still get there. The dogs aren't running around on the 911 call when you get back. So who put the dogs back in the pen? Did you put the dogs back in the pen? How did you have time to do all of that, to get in a golf cart and get back to the house and not hear the gunshots? Because then you got on the couch and fell asleep while the TV was on? Who turned off the hose? Who wrapped the hose back up? Because when the police get there, the hose is wound back up. But in the kennel video, the hose is still stretched out. Who did all of that in 4 minutes? That timeline. That is the timeline he was trying to narrow it down on. And Alex said to Creighton Waters, well, the dogs weren't bothered. Nobody else was there. So somebody rolled up. If we believe the state's timeline, that those phones went silent and that is close in time to when they were murdered, somebody rolled up, and Alec didn't hear it, found guns or brought guns, shot both of them, put the dogs away, turned off the hose, grabbed the guns, and left, and you never heard any of it? That's the timeline he was narrowing down. The second timeline he was narrowing it down was the 17-second timeline. And we've gotten lost in the swamp that we live in now, but that 17-second timeline from pulling up with the GPS on the car, the headlights presumably illuminating where Maggie and Paul's bodies are, him perceiving what he's seeing, assuming he doesn't know that they're dead. The state's going to argue he knows that they're dead. That's why this time is so fast. Perceiving something he has come upon that he doesn't know about, processing what he has just seen, getting out of his car, checking both of them, trying to turn Paul over, going back to his car, getting his phone, not having the blood from his fingertips get on his phone, get on the car, get on his pants, get on his shirt, then call 911. How do you do all of that in 17 seconds? That's the timeline that they're trying to narrow down in the second part. But the state has not made that clear at all. And I think for the defense, when he washed his fingies is going to be a big deal. Blood will stay in the whorls of your fingerprints. When did he wash it off and get blood out of his fingertips? And not get it on his phone, not get it on the handle of his car when he opened the car door to get his phone to call 911, not get it on the keypad of his phone. When? And he called 91111 or whatever the first time, 9111 the first time. So he wasn't doing it by voice. He wasn't saying, hey, device, call number. So when and how did all of that happen? And those are the two timelines the state has pinned him down on. Whether they articulate that well in closing is going to determine how much the jury's able to follow them. And if you're narrowing that down and then the statements to Blanca and then the statements to Shelley Smith, do you even need to argue a motive, or do you just argue the circumstance? His world was crashing down and then these murders happened and then everyone felt bad for Alec because he was a victim today. I don't know. Maybe. Which is why Jim Griffin is looking gray sitting there watching this testimony go on and on and on. I don't think Jim Griffin wanted him to testify. I don't. Jim Griffin looked pained in direct examining Alec yesterday. But I also think that Alec has proven that he knows better than everyone else and he is going to tell you about it. And that's exactly what the prosecution wants to show. The defense is going to argue that the shock and the trauma of coming upon his wife and kid is why he did everything that he did. And if the jury believes Alec, they will believe that. If the jury does not believe Alec, they won't. So this whole case now hinges on his testimony and not whether the state has holes in their case, which I think they absolutely do. But the holes in the state's case are going to be filled in by Alec Murdaugh's lies if the jury doesn't believe him. If the jury believes that he told the truth about everything else, I confess about lying. I lied to my clients. I stole from my clients. I did all of this, but I love my family. I did all of these awful things, but what I'm not is a murderer. If they believe that, it's not going to fill in the gaps in the state's case, but it's not going to even matter that there's gaps in the state case because they just don't believe it. They believe Alec. I did all these shitty things and I didn't kill my family. If they don't believe Alec, it doesn't matter that there's holes in the state's case. They're going to look at him and be like, you are a liar. You've lied about everything. You lied to the police. Why are you lying? Why are you lying? If you're trying to solve who did this to your family, why are you lying? And that's why him testifying changes the entire case for both sides. And that's again why we could very, very easily end up with a hung jury. Think about where you're at right now. If you think that Alec is absolutely stealing from his clients and he sucks and he's the worst, but he has not stolen, he has not murdered his family, is there anything that's going to convince you off of that if they're asking you to convict this man of murder? Is anything going to move you off that point? And if you think he absolutely did it, and I'm hearing the lies coming out of his mouth so freely, he doesn't even know when he decides to lie because he never decided to lie because lying comes to him like breathing. And you want me to not convict him of murder? Then you're going to think there's no way you are moving me off of that position. And that's where we're going to see these jury have to struggle. And I think there's a real possibility that it will be a struggle within this jury. Because you can believe either one. And I think there's room for jurors to go argue either one. And I think there's reasonable room for jurors to argue either one. But Maggie's phone and his phone didn't travel together. So there had to be somebody else there. How did the phone go? But also, how did the phone end up on the road on his way back and forth to Alameda? Hucked out of the car like he, threw the knife that he stabbed the tires with at the roadside incident? I don't know. So much in this goes both ways that I think this jury could hang. That's still where I'm at. Does that mean he goes free? Nope. He's still facing life on all the financial crimes. And I still think this prosecution shouldn't have brought this case at this time. I think they should have waited. I think they should have gone through all the financial crimes, and I think they should have waited. But maybe the goal was to force his hand and make him testify, because this whole case now hinges on his testimony and basically nothing else. His testimony is the most important thing in this case. So with that, I swoop-a-dooped. I think I summarized well. Let me know if I did. Let me know if I've earned your subscription, because, we're halfway. Oh, we are halfway to 700. You guys, look at this. Let's do questions. I owe you a bing. I didn't bing. We binged. I owe you a bing. We might do it again too. There's still over 50,000 of you watching. It could happen right now. Oh, it binged. Move your head. Some of you have been around since that clip started, but here we go. We are not that far away from 700,000. Some of you were here when we hit 100,000 on this channel, something when I started doing YouTube back in, I started making videos in 2016, that I never thought would happen. When we crossed 10,000, I was like, this is it. We've peaked. We've reached the pinnacle of my YouTube career, and I couldn't be happier. When we reached 100,000, I was like, this is never going to happen. We're never going anywhere else. And now that we're almost at 700,000, I still kind of don't believe it, but I love getting to talk to y'all all day about this, because this is the shit I love the most. And thank you for being the best community on the internet. We got a lot of questions. Does Alec Murdaugh think he's fooling anyone? Yes, he does. And there are people who, there are those who are going to find things that he said not credible, but things that he said credible, because it's a mix in his testimony. There are things that ring very true in his testimony. I don't think all of his testimony is a lie at all. There are things that ring very true. It's trying to parse where he's lying, where he's telling the truth, and where he's shifting between truth and a lie. And you saw him parsing this video, and that is going to be damaging testimony for him, I think. When he's trying to parse, well, I'm not lying right there, because he doesn't see it as a lie. And the jury's able to now see how he thinks when he's going through, oh, I didn't lie right there. I didn't see that as a lie. I didn't see this as a lie. So there's always some truth in it. It's not all lies. It's not all lies. It's part lies. It's part half truths. It's part omissions. He said in his testimony today that more than lying directly, he would lie by omission. And I think the jurors should the prosecutor should argue that. The guns have been omitted. The clothes have been omitted. And I've said since maybe not the beginning of this case, I've said since somewhere in the middle of this case, that what the prosecution has to argue is the gaps in this case, the timeline issues, where the guns are. There are gaps in this case that they need to argue. Isn't it convenient, the things that are missing? Isn't that convenient? And that is part of it. And the defense is going to argue he's done a lot of awful things. And he might be an awful person that they're honored to represent. He might be an awful person. He stole from his clients. His behavior in the boat case, appalling. But he did it all to hold together his family legacy, not to break it apart by killing his family. He did it all to hold those closest to him together. So why kill Maggie and Paul? It makes no sense. Yeah, he did all the other things, but it makes no sense to kill those that were holding him together. Tryhard said, started watching yesterday without hearing the social commentary based on these 2 days. Testimony helped and made him look sympathetic and reasonable. And I think that's a fair assessment. Truly, I truly think that this could go either way. Is there a possibility Buster or another family member did it and Alec is covering? Anything's possible in this case, but Buster's phone was not in the area. So not Buster. He thought enough to call his son's best friend, but not his wife's family or his other son. The calling Rogan Gibson, the prosecution's going to make a lot out of. There's a part of me that thinks, did he knew Rogan and Paul were on the phone constantly. Did he want Rogan to show up? Did he want Rogan to show up and be the one to call police? I don't know. Nikki Mick said, Bubba wore a GPS track collar. I wondered if it could tell us when he was put in the kennel. They never got that information, so we're not going to know. We've heard nothing about that information. He thinks his honesty about lying are a defense. He does. He's like, see, I've told you when I lied, but I didn't kill my wife and son. Seems the perfect murder is to leave your phone behind. I don't give legal advice here, but phones and cars will tell on you. I agree with you. I think his addiction is a factor here. I don't think it's necessarily the cause. I don't think they've proved that it's the cause. So let's see. Was anyone else's phone there? We've not heard a lot about the cell phone tower dumps. It seemed like they only got a partial dump, but just because people's phones aren't there doesn't mean people aren't there, but they didn't see anything else. And I don't think there's any evidence of anyone else being there. I don't think there's any evidence of anyone else being there. And that's a tough thing. That's why they call it the good old boys club. I mean, there's a lot of dynamics in this case that go far beyond what's happening in the courtroom. I think an important question would be for Waters to circle back and ask him, you said M wasn't using the hose. Let's watch the video. I wouldn't give him a chance to explain. I wouldn't. I would lock him in. Creighton's given him more of a chance to explain than I would. I would let his attorneys make him explain. Because you know what happens when his attorneys question him? It looks like they're trying to help. Jim Griffin, in the interviews with law enforcement, and I'm sure the prosecution will argue this, because Alex, like, you didn't give me a chance to explain. You didn't give me a chance to explain. My lawyers have been calling you, trying to set the record straight with you. In the interview they did with Sled, Jim and Poot say more than Alec ever does after the roadside shooting. It's the two of them that are pushing it forward, not Alec. Why would they want to sit down with him after that? I don't know. Amy said, Simply Nailogical recommended you. I love it here. Thank you. Welcome. We love this community. And I love Simply. Christine's great. I love their podcast. I really do. And Hello Taco, which sits in the background right there. I have a new box I want to put in there. The galaxy looking one. It's so cool. His tears are L-shaped. Just like his lies. Skylar said, I was on the fence about Alex's guilt this entire trial until today's cross-examination. I 100% believe he's guilty now after this. 55K watching. Let's get Emily to 700K. Thank you guys for subscribing. Jennifer said, what if the jury feels pressured to vote guilty due to the news, community, etc.? I'd be really worried if I was on the jury there and the only not guilty vote. It's a real question. They shouldn't know what's going on in the news, but in this community, it's a real, real big question. And if a juror feels pressured, they should truly send a note to the judge and say, I am being bullied. But I have seen jurors hold out on their belief, because at the end of the day, you have to sleep at night. I've seen jurors hold out on their belief. I've had juries hang 11-1, where one person was like, no, I don't believe it. And I'm not voting guilty. And we've retried the case and convicted people. But I've absolutely seen jurors hold out. It's hard, and it's a huge concern because peer pressure is baked into the jury system. I called 911 pretty much right away, seemed to want to instill how quick he reacted. Fair. It would be more believable if he said that was the worst night of his life. I don't remember. I agree. He's definitely trying to help. I talked about that yesterday. Emily, do you think the judge should sequester the jury because of widespread media coverage? No, it's already happened. I don't think there's any point in sequestering them now. And I don't think you can take people out of their lives realistically for 6 weeks and sequester them. They still have their cell phones, and they wouldn't sequester them without their phones. Do you think he knew Sled would be involved? No. I don't think he thought they would call Sled. I think he thought local police would take care of it. Please, Creighton, ask, you said you suspected nothing when you left. So why would seeing them at 8:45 have been an issue? Why lie about it? 911 first means no blood on the phone, right? Yep, it does. It means no blood on the phone because he wouldn't have touched them. Video brother removing guns, clean bin with tarp. I am not quite sure I processed that question properly. His testimony helps the prosecution firmly placed him at the scene, testified nobody else was there. Yep. Question, YouTube Hidden True Crime has a basic psychological theory about the family's generational trauma and crime and pride. Would something like that ever come up at a trial? Not really. The true crime kind of profiling of people without them going through psychological profiles in court don't come up, and it doesn't come up a lot. It really doesn't come up a lot because the evidence, you have to go through the evidence and you have to break down what the evidence shows. And often psychological profiles don't come up unless the defense is raising a psychological defense. the prosecution can't just bring it up and be like, see, they're diagnosed with this, therefore they act like this. Because you can't just diagnose somebody and say, well, they'll act consistent with that diagnosis. So no. And while like within the true crime space, kind of parsing the way human behavior works is very fascinating and interesting. It's very different than what evidence is in court. So I think people want to understand how humans commit horrible atrocities against each other and understand the why of it. I think it helps us order the universe. And I think that's why there's so much fascination with trying to put things that are horrific and don't make sense in order. And it happens, especially in cases like this, more. It's different in like car accidents because things happen on the road. These things don't just happen. Somebody intentionally did this. Tapestry Man said, I've been a juror on 2 murder trials, and all this discussion of him lying is moot, IMO, because the reasonable doubt in this case is going to rest on the contamination of the crime scene. Thoughts? It depends on the juror. Some jurors, I think with some jurors, his testimony is going to be the root of it. But I do think there's big issues during crime scene, with the crime scene. But part of that was Alec calling his friends to the scene too. Law enforcement should have stepped up to them and said no. Rose said, I found you at 5K during the Tati case. I'm getting emotional at your exponential growth. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I am too. The moment of panic, he's usually able to shoo away results from a life where everyone believes you without question. Lose that privilege. It's real. He's definitely starting to show that of, I don't understand why I can't just tell you. You saw it with Creighton. I've told you I lied and took their money. Why are you still asking me these questions? Like, I've already explained to you what it is. And like when he's trying to get Creighton to move on, you see it. But I've already explained this to you, Creighton. Why are you continuing to ask me? So let's see. Marley said sloppy investigation and crime scene handling and no motive equals not guilty. Too many questions. And again, I think that's fair. I think that's why I'm still thinking we get to a hung jury. If not you, then who? Fair. Does his testimony look suspect? There are parts of his testimony that do. There are parts that don't. This case is living in the gray zone of a lot of things. There are parts of his testimony that ring very true. Some of the emotions don't. But his frustration goes both ways. Depending on what the jury thinks, the frustration is going to mean different things to them. Question, what about the blood from shooting them? Shooting at point blank range would coat him in blood. How do they get rid of that in a few minutes? I don't know. And I don't think he was at point blank, but he was within 3 feet. He was close. And with that, you guys, I've got to go eat lunch or I will not have enough time. Thank you for not breaking the website today over at lawnerdalert.com so that you are kept in the loop with our mailers. We have a discount code in those mailers for you that sign up early. I think we're almost at 10,000 of you there. Thank you for all of you, those who have subbed to the channel and are new Law Nerds. Welcome. We are pushing towards 700K at some point today. I will be back this afternoon. You can go over and keep chatting over there. I'm going to go get some lunch. I will see you after the break. How much longer do you think this cross-examination is going to go? I'm going to go ask that in the afternoon stream and see what we come up with. I'm going to put in some hours to see how much more Creighton has to ask because shit, we're still on this. Wait, chat, before I go, chat. Is Creighton being petty? I mean, not overall, but in this. The defense said, wait, we need petty voice.
Okay. So we know that the defense is totally like pointed a weapon at the prosecution table and been like tempting. So now, at the end of the day yesterday, we hear that the defense has experts that have already flown in. And the defense experts, if they have to stay the weekend, it's super expensive for the defense, right? Because then they have to stay over the weekend. Is Creighton going to drag this out so those experts don't testify to make them stay over the weekend? I mean, maybe it has a legitimate purpose, but maybe it's also kind of petty. Maybe it's both. Because the defense said, look, we'd love to interrupt your cross to bring in our experts. It's so expensive for us to keep them over the weekend. And I think Creighton was like, yeah, Let's see how long this cross can go. We're going to go through the video interviews, all of them, to the end of the day. You can keep them here over the weekend. Don't point a weapon at my team, and go ahead and fuck yourself. I think that's maybe where we're at. I think we're maybe at petty.
I don't know if I'm mad at it though if we're there. I don't know if I'm mad at it if we're there. I think we might be at petty. It might be fair, but I think it's like, great, we're going to go through every single interview. If they do that, it'll take the rest of the day. I'm not interrupting my cross. Keep your experts here. Good luck, buddy. I don't know. Maybe just to annoy the defense. Cause maybe just to annoy the defense. Let's see. I'm going to go put a poll up in the new stream, and I will see you after lunch. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being Law Nerds. You guys are the best. Wait, cheers. Cheers, Law Nerds. It's Friday. Let's get through this. I wish I could start drinking this afternoon. I think I have TV tonight. I don't think I can start drinking this afternoon. Otherwise I would. I should have said no. It's Friday. I should have said no and just started pouring whiskey for the afternoon stream. Darn it. I'm going to keep an eye. All right. Let's go. Bye. I hit that wrong. You can find all the Law Nerd goodies at lawnerdshop.com. Connect with me on social media at The Emily D. Baker. And don't forget to check out my podcasts, The Emily Show, and the new podcast, Quick Bits, summarizing everything I talk about on my Tuesday and Thursday live streams. You know, when you only have time for just the quick bits.